Captain's log, stardate 55376.4. Tiger Squadron is currently en route to rendezvous with the USS. No, is it? It's the SS.
Yeah.
Correct. SS Yandy.
Yes. With the SS Yandy. Apparently, the team we've sent in has uncovered some vital information in the ongoing investigation of the actions of the local sector governor. Until I see this evidence for myself and have it analyzed by my intelligence officer, I won't elaborate further. In the meantime, we're about 24 hours from our intended rendezvous, and we're taking this moment to perform a routine inspection of the squadron. I'm currently about to head over to the USS Maxwell Planck to perform its inspection. In the meantime,
Correction. USS Peltist.
Peltist?
Maxwell Planck currently at DSE.
Right. About to perform an inspection of the USS Peltast with Commander Myth. I don't foresee any issues, but it always pays to be vigilant. End log. Don't need this shit.
That summed it up.
So aboard the USS Peltist, Fleet Captain Grennan, along with the commanding officer of the Peltist, Captain Pend, and the commanding officer of the Maxwell Planck, Commander Myth, but her ship is currently elsewhere in space, so a senior officer helping inspect the ship that isn't the chief of security or the doctor seemed like a good thing for a non-Peltist secondary opinion. Thankfully, the ship isn't terribly big, but Pend is walking through the corridors leading these two around his ship.
Well, as you can see in this room as it opens, this is our medical department. It's nice and quaint, small, and very much pointless if we get shot at.
The medic in there kind of waves.
And Brennan waves back.
If I had not read the specifications myself, I would doubt if it was up to specification.
Oh no, they're good for cuts and bruises, but you know, if there's an explosion, they're pretty sure nothing we do here is going to do anything.
Actually, Captain, we finally figured out how to get the biobed function to work in this bunk. And they press some buttons, and it's a regular bunk, like a tiny little bunk, but then you see the little armature kind of whir its way over. It's a little cramped and hard to work with, but the pressure field works, so there's that.
Improvements every day.
Yeah.
Grennan just raises an eyebrow with concern.
I think like Myth and Grennan share a look for a second.
So what would you like to see next, apart from our stellar medical department?
All
I
one of
believe
us.
next on our agenda would be the engine room or the bridge. Captain.
My thoughts exactly.
Any preferences? It's left to the bridge, right to the engine room.
Grennan takes a step to the right as though to answer the question.
To the engine room it is.
I understand this class of ship had some difficulties with overproduction in the warp core previously. Have those given this vessel any additional trouble?
Well, not too much trouble. It's sturdy enough as long as we don't try to, overreach ourselves, but it's never going to be as fast as the larger ships.
Right.
Stepping into the engine bay, it's a much larger space than the single quarters from before, but it is with the engineers working away with the ship under, even though it's under tow, the warp core is on and like they are like running and doing things. It is very economical. It's the size. The room is about the size. The workspace is about the size of one of your staterooms back on the Kismet.
That's impressive.
Yes, unfortunately, this ship wasn't designed for luxuries or comfort or, personal space.
Someone kind of politely says, "Excuse me, sirs," and kind of shoulders past you as they get to a console behind you.
Oh. You still managed to do well.
Well, luckily the crew is trained. They are competent, so I can't complain.
Great. These vessels have served their role admirably in the war and beyond.
Impossible, Pendant. All the time I've known you, you've always found something to complain about.
Oh, I have lots of complaints. Luckily, the crew so far haven't given me something to complain at. Once they do, they'll get it both barrels.
Brennan just nods sagely.
But let's be honest. If you compare working conditions on this ship to both the Kismet and the Plank, there's a lot less to work with here. So I won't say the standards are lower, but there's a more extenuating circumstances.
Right.
Indeed. Myth does the checking off things on a data pad, looking around the engine room type thing.
Yeah, I was gonna say I leave this to Myth's expertise. Myth would be much better suited for determining if something was out of sorts.
Mm-hmm.
Also, if you wish to speak to any of the engineers, just please don't take them from their duties too much.
I need to actually pull up my character sheet. I haven't done that yet. Engineering. What the heck?
That's
Got
not
this
good.
weird clipping going on the numbers on the character sheet. It's perfectly usable, so.
But still, weird
Weird.
clipping.
Huh. Looks good on my end for some reason.
Yeah, the
Weird.
dice roller thing. I'm just gonna try closing my sheet and opening it up again. But yeah, there's one success there.
Have you tried turning it on and off again?
It's the...
I don't think we can do that with femdroids, Captain.
No. Bad pen.
From Myth, as you look around, it would seem that the engineering department here, well, it's about on par with a tactical operation vessel. The engines, the systems are more compensating for things than the actual devices in the room. But the officers and crewmen aboard in engineering seem to be talented and well trained. So you can even see that here or there, someone's even found the time to do some attempts to optimize energy output. But it looks like the focus of this ship isn't about making the ship faster or more maneuverable. It's about how do we get more power to the phaser array? How do we make sure the quantum torpedo launcher is ready to go? How is our a balance of power versus the cannons? Everything's about the guns. Everything's about making sure that the guns don't rip this thing apart if they all fire at the same time.
How do we get our impulse speed super high? We don't need to warp.
Yeah.
Yeah, got it.
Because that's the problem with the Defiant as a class is that it's an overgunned ship, so it is very easy to overload something if you're doing. But as long as your engineering department's on top of it, and they had the data from the Defiant 1 and Defiant 2 to kind of their data to work from to make their ship work better, and the various other Defiants have come out over the years.
I was going to say, and if there haven't been any other Defiants since then. No siree.
Yeah, that ship blows up so much. Anyway, so yeah, just check off a couple items on datapad with the captain. They appear to be operating within normal parameters.
Well, that's what you get with a Spartan crew. They do their job, but they do it effectively.
Agreed.
Brennan just nods in an approving manner.
As opposed to a disapproving manner. Sorry.
I could see nodding in a disapproving manner. It would be weird, but
It would probably be like the facial expression would probably be one of disapproval.
Ah, yes.
yeah.
But like you're nodding. Like, yeah, just keep going.
So, would you like to see the weapons department, or would you like to visit the bridge next?
Well, given that it's right across the hall, I say we take a look at the bridge then.
Okay, let's go past the medical department.
Yeah, and you'll note that I'm not cutting to the corridors for any amount of time. One, it doesn't take that long to get anywhere, and two, they're not that wide or spacious.
It's a vessel of
They can't
50
fit.
people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At most, you probably have to get to the weapons area. You go to a turbolift, go down a deck, and then walk over to the front of the ship where the cannons and torpedoes are. And when you get to the weapons bay, it is almost like half the lower deck is dedicated to just the weapons, because you have the array, the quantum torpedoes, the phaser cannons, the photon torpedoes, and the tractor beam system on top of the fast targeting system and the ablative armor system.
Yeah. Just that much.
Almost, and you would swear like a good, if not a quarter of the crew is dedicated to this space alone. Like, never mind the rest of the ship. This is the room that needs to be attended to at all times, because it's a security of 5. This thing is state of the art when it comes to security tech. Also, there seems to be like armories and people doing drills. There's like a little firing range. Well, a holographic one because space, but it's a garrison in there. And people kind of line up very quickly as you guys come in, and they give like an honor guard line. Fleet captain on deck, and they just line up and they're ready for you.
At ease.
Sir. And they stand at ease, waiting at parade rest.
Don't give him special treatment. Continue with the drills.
Aye, sir.
And
they disperse.
very good. Little overly formal for my tastes, but
I mean, if you wish, next time you come on board, I can order them to give you the middle finger salute.
no, this is fine.
But anyway, yes, you wish to see the bridge, shall we?
Brennan looks from the left to the right, says, "Oh, I think I've seen it, but it's up to Myth, I suppose, to determine whether or not the machines are functioning properly. Or maybe I should do this. What's your insight security, Myth?"
Insight security is 12.
Mine actually might be better. Mine is 14. I'll take this.
Sure, go ahead.
Team dynamics. I assume that's what I'm looking for here. Seeing how
Yeah, you could be observing that. Yeah.
Yeah, seeing how well they're Okay. No momentum.
How'd you have a 3 in security?
It became somewhat necessary recently. Don't ask me why.
Looking around the room, these people are moving with the confidence and ease, and even though they're being very formal, there's probably a handful of young officers or young enlistees in the room. Most of the people in here are veterans. And they are like, and some of them seem to be, you can overhear a couple of them. Some of the security guys, when they're talking to someone junior, they're training them on what they're an expert in. And you actually see here or there, you actually see people who aren't in the gold uniforms, they're in the teal, a couple of red uniforms here or there, because they're training in security matters, because this is where all the veterans are when it comes to the ship. And actually, you recognize a couple faces in the room when you think about it. You're like, oh yeah, you saw him in that space station. You saw this guy in this other ship. Oh yeah, he was the chief of security for some other ship. Like, you're seeing some of the best and brightest in this room.
Right.
Because the tech in the room brings this room to a 4, but it's the people in it that bring it up to a 5. Like, this is probably one of the best security outposts out in this region of space, honestly, aside from a starbase. Like, if someone wanted to learn security or brush up on their phaser tech or their torpedo tech, this is where they'd go.
Oh.
And they are a battle-hardened crew, so even the juniors, even the young officers, aren't like that. They've seen combat, so they're familiar with. Oh yeah, that I tried this phaser. Should I do this instead? When the quadra torpedo fired, should I have done this? What happens if a whole deck blows out and we're sucked out into space? I mean, that happened last time, but we kind of, like, it's casual how they're talking about this sort of stuff.
Well,
like, this sounds almost Dominion War era, not tension, but just readiness.
Well, looks like you're running a tight crew, Captain.
Well, considering our squadron has what would equivalent to 2 science vessels and a warship, the warship needs to be at its peak for when it's needed.
I suppose. Although I don't know if I'd exactly consider the Kismet a tried and true science vessel.
I mean, comparatively to what this is, yes, you're a much more of a scientific vessel than we are.
That is correct. I won't argue with that.
But yes, I would much rather us be prepared for situations and not be used than not be prepared and be caught with our collective pants down.
Very good. Is there anything else, Myth, that's on our list?
I believe most of the science operations are coordinated from the bridge as well as the con department. Sir? Looks over to Penn.
That would be correct. There isn't much of a science department. That would be at the back of the bridge where we collect data and send it towards other systems in the ship. But yes, science and con would basically be the bridge.
Very well then.
I shall lead the way. Let us go up a deck, and we will be there.
Brennan nods.
After a short bit of walking, you step onto the bridge. Bucks looks over her shoulder. Captains? She turns around and keeps to her station.
Anything come up?
We're still being towed along by the Kismet Warp Bubble stable. Just did my check-in with Kismet Flight Control. We seem to be fine. We won't be able to do the slingshot maneuver, though. We've been trying to play around with that, but we can't keep the... If we tumble, we won't go like a dart like we usually will. We'll just kind of flip around a bunch, which inertial dampers are good. They're not that good, sir.
Well, considering we may be encountering a few ships, it's probably best if we don't split up this time.
Aye, sir. Kara looks over. Captain,
Yep.
did you want us to preload the quantum torpedoes before we get into the system, or do you want us just to keep doing the normal drills?
Normal drills, but I'd say 5 minutes out preload.
Alright. I'll start getting prepped for that. He starts fiddling with the switches. Gerbil is lost to the world as she's just focused on her station right now. Which actually, for Grennan and Myth, it's like the only officers of the Peltis seem to be Vux and Akira. Everyone else is enlisted, which that seems to be a common theme on this ship. Most of the people here are mid to high rank enlisted, but there's very few officers. But small ships, so it's not shocking. But still, it's not a thing you're used to on most ships. Most starships are big enough that you require way more officers. This ship's small enough that too many officers get in each other's way.
Ship probably has like what, 7?
Yeah. Like Ensign Akira is probably the highest ranking security officer aboard the ship. Everyone else is just enlistees. All the people you saw down there.
So everyone, keep on your duties while the captain and the commander do a inspection of the bridge. Understood?
Aye, sir. Captain, Fox says. Gerbil says nothing.
Well, have fun, you two. Science or con?
I'll make an insight science roll here, I guess.
And I'll make an insight con.
As you walk over to the respective stations. Insight science for the science station, insight con for the con station. Ooh, well, momentum's generated.
Yeah.
But that's it.
The Peltis science systems are, well, the science department, and when you walked around, you had a chance to look around, you have pretty sharp eyes and pretty sharp ears there, Myth, and yeah, most of the ship's dedicated to, like, sleeping space. The few departments aboard the ship, the science department is this console, and this person probably does the science department people probably have people when they have 2 bunks in their quarters, they usually share it with someone else, but a department head usually gets one of those bunks for themselves for workspace. The science person, and you notice this person's checking the sensors and they're making sure they're not hitting anything and all that, but they're also checking on their science experiment in their quarters. And they're limited in the scope of their experiments because, well, it has to be something you'd be willing to do in your bedroom. Hey, can you experiment on dilithium crystals? Not here. Kick that back to engineering. I'm not doing that in my room. You kidding?
Yeah.
As for Vux, their captain, you notice that the ship does seem to be seems to have a rather what's the phrase? Complex yet elegant con layout. Part of that, is Vux's own style. That's just her way of arranging things. But this actually seems like this console looks more almost as advanced, if not a little bit more so, than the Kismet's console. Because she seems to be managing she has her own little dedicated sensor system for navigation. She has the actual flying system, and then shuttle flight control systems and all that. So she can do, and that kind of doubles as the XO station. This over here seems to be the dedicated XO post, but this is the con station. So this person's more helping her keep an eye on the rest of the departments, while she actually is like, that's her attendant, more like a junior, a red-shirted enlisted who's helping her manage the ship.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But if she needed to, she could just run things from there if she had to.
Well, it looks like you have a handle on things.
Indeed. Nothing come up in our tour that would be outside of normal operating procedures?
Well, that's good to hear. Obviously, it's not as spacious as the other two ships, but for what we have, it definitely does what it needs to.
The whole ship
Oh.
shakes as an explosion rips through the ship, and the deck just shudders under your feet. And the red alert lights click on.
Status report.
We just lost the Kismet. We're dropping out of warp.
Lost the Kismet?
We're losing navigation. I can't keep us.
On all sensors. Myth moves over to the science station and is looking over the crewman's shoulder at what the readouts are.
Give me reason science difficulty of 2, assisted by the Peltist's sensor science.
Science difficulty 2, 1 momentum for a third die, focus in unified field theory or subspace theory.
Subspace theory, I'll take.
I've got the Peltist.
Rerolling that crit. 5.
Jesus, what was the difficulty?
2.
2.
Hmm.
It would appear that the actually, while I type that out to you, now that I think about it. So Myth's reading over the sensor logs. What is Pend and Grinnin doing?
Brendan's going to walk over to the center chair, and he turns to Penn and he says, "As the senior-most officer in the squadron, I'm going to be taking command."
Sure, why not?
Oh boy.
This guy gets right out of his chair immediately, ready for Penn to take the seat from him.
If I'll just stand over there.
And then he'll sit right back down. He'll kind of stay by in case you need him to run off and do something. Grennan, give me insight command, difficulty 2. Penn, you can assist with this if you wish.
Sure, why not?
Okay. Insight command. I'm going to spend a momentum. Team dynamics focus.
Yep.
Would you allow team dynamics focus?
Hell yeah.
Yes.
We just get that momentum back. Nothing special, no momentum gained. But...
The Kismet appears to still be moving at high warp. Commander Vux, do we have maneuvering?
Barely.
I'd advise attempting to maneuver away, and this just reaches around the crewman and sends the readout of the planetoid that we're on a collision course towards to the flight control station.
Brace! She yells, and she tries to pull the ship out of the way of crashing into a planet. Because you guys are rocketing away at full impulse at this planet, and she's trying to. Then the Pelt is kind of slightly tumbling because it was dropped out of warp against its will, as it were. So either she's rolling, or one of you are taking it from her. It is Control plus Con, difficulty 3, assisted by Engine Con.
I'll let her do it, considering she's one of the usual free officers.
Mm-hmm. Who wants to roll for her? I can pull her up if nobody else does.
Your call, I can, but if you want to, go for it.
Yeah, sure, I'll go for it.
GM, would you allow me to assist from this console?
Yep, that's what the console's for. The Exo Station is something to help other people with what they're doing. It's a thing I'm starting to do now.
Buying one die for cautious. Focus in astronavigation or helm operation.
Helm operation.
Focus of either team dynamics or survival, because I don't want to crash into a planet.
Survival, because you also want to make sure that your pilot doesn't jerk the ship so darn hard you knock everybody out.
3. Rerolling.
Am I not seeing the blatantly obvious? Hold on.
So, yeah. Rerolling 1 there.
Oh, that's why. It's in the core book, isn't it?
All right.
There it is.
So, free momentum.
Hell yeah.
That's right. And the Peltas narrowly pulls up and away from the ice roll below, and comes to a standard orbit over the planet to kind of help stabilize the Peltas, so it's not using so much of its power to stay level. Kind of using the planet's own gravity to keep the Peltas steady.
Very good.
New scene as the Peltas has come to a stop in an unknown star system. As in, because you haven't scanned it yet, you just managed to not crash and die, so you haven't had time to examine where you are yet.
Navigation. What's our position?
All right. That'll be Vex again. Focus in astronav.
Yes.
Minor action neural interface into the ship.
Plug
then-
yourself in.
Would you allow
One
a
momentum.
assist?
Yes.
Rolling that crit.
That's the ship. And that's me.
All right. So that's 2.
Whoops. Sirs, it looks to be we're in the Delphine system. There's no navigational hazard warnings for this system. We should have been able to fly through here just fine. Actually, and if there was a hazard, it should have brought the Kismet to a full stop along with us if there was some sort of gravitational or subspace eddy.
Strange.
Well, something's just knocked us out of warp.
Recommend we
like
attempt to establish contact with the Kismet, sirs.
Good. Get on that. Meanwhile, we should also look through the system logs and see what the hell actually happened to knock us out of warp.
Jeez, that'd still be this.
All right. Reason engineering. I'll try and diagnose what's wrong.
Do you want Vesh to assist?
Sure.
Remember, we only have 3.
One threat for bold.
One threat eye.
And then no focus. Oops. That's supposed to be my sheet.
And the peltist is, what is it? Comms engineering.
Computers engineering for the figuring out what's wrong rule.
I thought we were doing the 5 one.
Oh no, I'm just trying to figure out what's wrong first.
Oh, okay.
Because that might make the other roll easier. Alright, so that's 4. 5.
Who was the primary role on the figuring out what's wrong?
Me.
That was Myth?
Yeah. I forgot to change over my sheet back. Or, not a sheet. Role name. Captains, it appears there's a subspace fluctuation emanating from vicinity of the system and for a few light years around it. I would conjecture that it disrupted the shared warp bubble that we were within. We're currently in a period of mired subspace. It may be difficult to reestablish a warp field or to engage in subspace communications.
Are we able to pinpoint the location of this issue?
Myth, as the you can't reclaim, as it were, or take the role of the science officer since you're not the CO aboard. You can be the science expert aboard, and you get a free
Sure.
question.
I'll do a free question. It appears the nexus of this subspace anomaly is nested inside of Delphine Prime, the star of the system.
First planet
In
of the system.
star. In the star. So
Alright,
it's
cool.
the source of the interference.
No, the
In
planet.
the-
The planet.
Planet. I
Oh,
misspoke.
okay. Hmm. Planet. That's strange.
Is this a previously uninhabited system, or do we have that knowledge? I'll do that one.
I assume these two floaters are gone
Oh, unless we've got any more questions.
regarding what your last scan there, Myth.
I don't think so. Or I can't think of any off the top of my head, anyway.
Oops. Dang.
Yay, we keep getting float.
Yeah. They all float down here.
Mm-hmm.
Computer brings this up as the Delphine system. There is known to be a emergency starport that is actually based off of one of the moons of Delphine Prime. Where's my notes? They're there. Which offers only, which only has deposits. Occasionally, someone will come by and deposit unrefined dilithium here in a on the moon in a coded storage area. If someone wants to come by and pick it up, they can take. It's usually meant for a emergency fuel source or as a way to deliver it to a better refinery. And there's some basic repair facilities, but it's very routine. It's usually meant for. It's not meant for big starships like you guys. Well, actually, the size 3 is the most it could handle. To give you an idea of starship scale, it's mainly meant for scale 2, scale 1 vessels to kind of stop, repair their ships, that sort of thing. For civilians, more than Starfleet, but Starfleet uses it from time to time when a shuttle needs to land real quick and do some quick repairs, then jet out of there. The planet Delphine Prime has there's no dedicated starbase or civilian base here. The port is unmanned, occasionally checked on by Starfleet just to make sure it's running and it's safe. Other than that, who cares? Or to make sure pirates didn't take it over, which it doesn't seem in the computer. It doesn't say anyone has. Delphine Prime is a protected planet. Has very small population of hundreds of inhabitants. There is a pre-warp corporate society that has developed from that planet, which is in the information, which has just managed to get into the information age era of tech. So think computers, nuclear fission, fusion, that sort of thing. Very few people on this planet, and it's they're the ones who they're Federation citizens who actually they're citizens by virtue of the fact that someone ran into them and broke the Prime Directive, and introduced them to them and accidentally needed their help, and that resulted in the corporation taking control of the planet, at which point they helped fund the Moon Project. So the corporation sells parking space to the Federation. They're not Federation citizens; they're Federation protectorate. Better way to put it. But they know what the Federation is. They're not members because they can't qualify because they're not democratically elected in any way. It's a corporate structure of these hundreds of people who just kind of like, yeah, we live here. This is our planet. We own it. We'll charge you a fee to use our port.
Interesting. Well,
Is
at
there a
least we
native
don't
to the
have-
planet?
At least we don't have to worry about
Theoretically,
hiding.
although there are suspicions of the initial team that ran into them, that they were pre-warp explorers who happened upon this place, though the corporation denies that. I will note the planet has no ocean, no freestanding water, and no atmosphere. It's a somehow they have this very basic domed city with the best that information tech can give them, which is very minimal. They have
Got
barely any life support. Reason why their
see.
population doesn't go terribly high. You know, like, think of the old moon bases they used to think of we were going to make in the 1950s. They
Yeah.
managed that because that's all they could do.
Got it.
Fascinating.
Given the technological capabilities of Delphine Prime, I doubt the subspace disturbance is the direct effect of anything they're attempting there. However, it will be worth investigating, I believe. However, before then, I might suggest we attempt to send a ping to the Kismet.
Agreed.
Any additional questions with that float?
Let's see.
And that's the lookup of the Delphine system. That file is just something that Starfleet had about the planet, because this planet was encountered back in the TOS era, so it's been here a while.
Ah,
Mhm.
Oh, you made the roll. Basic ice world, uninhabited. Jovian planet with 34 small moons. I didn't bother marking them because there's 34 of the stupid things, and they're little tiny things. There's, of course, the 2 moons of Delphine Prime. So Delphine Prime 1 and 2. 1's where the port is. 2 is just a moon. It's a resource planet for the corporation. And the star is a yellow-white main sequence star, in case you were wondering.
All right.
That's information you would have got from the computer lookup. That's something that's in the record.
Are there any similar species within like sublight range?
No.
Interesting.
There are other species that can, but not matching this species that lives here.
Hmm.
And the ship that encountered them back then were one mistake after another, like bad mending after bad money, until eventually they were told to stop by the Admiralty and go, look, just cut your losses, get out of there before you cause more trouble. Lots of people got demoted over that mission. It was a terrible mission for them.
Ooh,
that's rough.
that's rough. Yeah. Orders, Captain?
I suppose we should. First, we should try to make contact with the Kismet.
I'm not certain if I can get you contact, Captain, but I may be able to send a basic distress signal at least.
Very good. It'll have to do for now.
I'll see what I can do to get it past the disturbance.
If all you're doing is just a basic screamer ping, that'll bring the difficulty down by 1. Because that's just blasting the subspace waves until somebody hears you. It's a very basic protocol, which is why it's used for distress.
Mm-hmm.
Ping, here's our signature. Please look this direction, please. It's not even a here's what's wrong with us. It's a here's where we are.
Right.
But if you want to send an actual message, like with actual words in it, then yeah, it's difficulty 5 all the same.
Yeah.
Don't you yeah me. No.
Yeah. Yeah. I can shoot for the diff 5. There, guys.
Because if we do it the same as last time, Vesh would assist with the ship as well.
Mm-hmm. Sure, I'll try for it.
My brain forgot how page numbers worked for a second.
1 threat, and the rest is momentum to roll 5.
Sweet.
This is way smarter.
Focused in subspace theory.
Yes.
Knew that would come in handy at some point. Rolling 5. Re-rolling 20.
Good God.
Okay, here's Vesh.
That's 6.
And here's the ship.
That's a total of 8.
You were able to get a connection to the Kismet.
Good. Oh, did we nailed the difficulty 5 one?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, we technically nailed the difficulty 8 with those successes.
Yeah.
This is the USS Peltast to Tiger Squadron. Come in, please.
I've
This
got you
is
audio
you-
only, Captain.
This is USS Kismet to USS Peltast. We read you just barely.
We've been thrown out of the warp bubble, as you can certainly surmise. We're currently located in the Delphin system.
Yeah, we see you. We're trying to figure out how to get to you. We can't seem to get our warp bubble to stay stable the minute we approach the system.
Well, this might be an issue that we're going to have to resolve on our end. We've managed to trace the source of the interference to the primary planet.
That's strange. There's no major alien species in that area that have the tech level for this sort of thing.
No. But the fact that there is, however, a intelligent race on the planet, not warp capable, but, well, they are aware of the Federation's existence.
What do you want us to do, Captain? You want us to wait here for you? Because we aren't at full impulse. We wouldn't get to you for like 20 years. So we can't reasonably get to you, but do you want us to wait here for you, or do you want us to continue on mission?
I'd say maintain position if we're gonna get out of this. Maintain position for the next, I would say, 12 hours.
And then we can check in again later to see if we want to move or not, sir.
Yes.
All right. We'll stay a holding pattern. We'll keep working from here, see if we can figure anything out.
Right. Do your best to keep us on sensors.
Aye, sir.
Peltast out. Well, at least the Kismet's okay.
Indeed.
Buck speaks up. I can see what their flight controller did. They must have just hammered down on the engines and skipped over this mire or whatever this is. We just didn't have the engine strength to pull out of it. Not that we knew anything was wrong until we hit it. Defiants weren't meant to be this configuration aren't meant to be dealing with things like this normally.
It's like, I suppose you could say it's like we went over a speed bump and we got stuck right in the middle.
Speed bump, sir?
It's a human thing. Just leave it alone.
Buck shrugs at Myth, like, I don't know.
Very well, Captain.
Maybe we should get closer to the planet so we can possibly get a better reading of what's causing this.
Very good. Helm, plot a course. Put us in standard orbit.
Aye, sir.
I would also recommend Yellow Alert, Captain, due to, well, not necessarily hostile. This is a situation we should still be cautious in.
I'd say we should be able to maintain green alert. Given the tech level of this planet, they wouldn't be able to do anything that could even so much as pierce our navigational deflectors.
It's not them I'm worried about, Captain.
I would agree with Captain Pend. The unusual situation we find ourselves in would warrant caution.
Very well, then. Make it so. Bring us to Yellow Alert.
Aye, sir. Yellow Alert bringing shields up, says Akira. No, Jackson, it's not a drill. No, it's not. It's not a drill. I swear to you. Okay, thank you.
Pend will just lean over to the console. Hey, dipshit, not a drill.
Oh, yes, sir. So Jackson kind of straightens up on the console and disappears from the camera. Thank you, sir.
Rip.
And as you approach the planet,
Space rocks fall, everyone dies.
I don't have enough threat for that. Actually, yeah, I do.
How much does space rocks cost?
2 per player to change the scene.
Oh, yeah.
Well, luckily we had our shields up.
Yeah.
Yep, that's why the difficulty is lower. So it would have been diff 3, it's now diff 2. As the Peltis lurches suddenly, as if it, as the engines start flickering and overloading a little bit, and Buck's just fighting to get control of the Peltis again. So someone can walk over and help her if, rather than her roll it either way. But she has the better con, I assume.
Yeah, she's got a 4 in con.
Yeah, I'll probably assist her.
NG plus con?
Engines.
Oh, engines. Plus.
Yes, that's
okay,
the shit.
Yeah. Okay, I was like, what?
We'll spend 1 momentum. Wait, weren't we at full momentum?
We were, but we ended up getting back up to 4. Because you spent 1 threat and 5 momentum.
Right, no, I thought the, Oh, right. I can't do math. It's fine.
It's alright, that's why I generally keep count on it.
Yeah.
And ship.
And we can re-roll the ship as Vox.
Okay.
Buck's plugged in, yeah. She's able to get control of the engines again and can keep going in the direction she's going. She's not sure what caused that. The engines just suddenly started flaring on her, and she was going to lose control of the ship until she very quickly rebalanced the power output and then got the engines balanced out again.
I'll try and take a look at the engineering side of that or the sensors, see if we pass through an eddy or something.
Or it could be a case of the closer we are, the stronger the effects.
Yeah.
Or we have options.
Sure. They're both reasons, though. We have momentum. I'll do a reason science roll. I'll spend 1 for cautious there.
I'll have Vesh assist again.
Yeah.
Six?
Wait a sec, the ship.
Come on, crit fail.
It's only a 10.
Hey!
So that's 7 on a diff 2.
8, because it's a reason roll from me.
So yeah, that's a lot of momentum extra.
I shouldn't be allowed to make reason rolls anymore.
See, it's not just that. We're doing this on a non-scientific or engineering vessel, and we keep nailing the rolls.
Difference between the regular crew of the Peltist and the senior staff of Tiger Squadron going like, no, guys, we got this.
I should move a point out of reason at some point. Honestly. It seems excessive.
No, not really, considering your character is a science officer / commander. Reason's a good attribute to have.
Yeah, but I could probably go with a 10.
I mean, I could probably go with an 11 in security, but the 12's so much more fun.
Yeah.
Security control.
I figured that was what you're on.
You know, words are tough and fun sometimes.
Yeah, I get that.
I'm going to rephrase that first sentence there. Hold on.
Alright.
There's no need to get offensive with them.
That's misspelled. It's going to drive me nuts. Hold on. There. That's the gist of what you discovered by looking over the systems.
There appears to be a subtly discordant quantum energy field around the point of interest, captains. It's disrupting any energy field more complex than a nuclear reaction.
I see. And how would that affect the how would that affect an information age technology level?
Free question, if you want to spend it for that.
I'll use Fear Crossing for that, yeah. For unshielded computer systems of that level of advancement, it would completely short them out, Captain. It would be like detonating an EMP.
Are we able to better... Oh, go on.
So this probably isn't something that they did to themselves intentionally.
I would surmise not.
Due to being closer, are we able to get a better reading on the frequency of whatever this subspace interference is?
To what end?
To maybe adjust our deflectors to give us a better chance of detection or maneuverability.
For 2 momentum, you could have the advantage that you could calibrate your systems to account for the disruption. It won't be a perfect solution, but it'll make everything related to that phenomena easier because your ship is more advanced than the anomaly you're running into.
Does that seem fair?
Yeah, it seems good.
Seems unfair to me, but what am I? I'm just the GM.
Well, luckily, that's not what I'm here for. Are we able to locate whether this point of origin is from within the settlement or from elsewhere on the planet?
Ooh, yeah, that's a nice question. Spend for that.
Because it could even be the possibility of they've tried to make an advancement in technology and shit the bed.
Yeah.
Yes, that is certainly possible. Even though they're only a information age society, well, they're aware of the wider, they are aware of interstellar powers.
Yeah.
Agreed. And with the possibilities of computer modeling available to even informational systems of this lower complexity, the potential for reaching beyond their current situation in a theoretical sense would be quite close in their grasp.
Exactly.
Clarify? I'm not sure what you mean.
Yeah, that was poor choice of wording on my part. Alright, cool. Triangulating the origin point now, it appears to be coming from, and kind of nods for a second, the ALH data vault of Sirap. That's the settlement, Captain. It's located in the southern Arctic wasteland of the planet.
I see. That's our source.
Confirmed.
Well, what do you think, Pend? Should we head down?
Is there any civilization in the immediate area?
Assuming they're still alive, yes.
See, you laugh, but that's still a valid question, considering if it's a giant EMP that's basically gone off.
For one momentum, I can answer if there are people in that settlement.
Sure. We'll spend. Hey, if their space dome requires computers to function, they could be shit out of luck.
Again, it's a valid question.
Exactly.
Oh.
It's dark, but valid.
Exactly.
Yes, GM, did they shit the bed so badly they suffocated?
Huh.
To put it the other way.
Yeah. Detecting 96 distinct biomass signatures, no life signs.
So dead.
Yeah, that's dead.
That would be my interpretation, Captain.
They've basically
Sorry,
knocked out
that was-
they've knocked out their life support systems and have killed themselves.
Unfortunately.
It might sound bad, Captain, but I hope they did this to themselves, because the ramifications of if someone else did this to an entire civilization,
Even worse.
That's a lot worse. And again, that sounds bad.
No, if
I would
they
agree.
If they did this to themselves, they have no one else to blame. But if someone else did this to them, they'll be held accountable.
If this was instigated by a foreign force, then this is genocide.
Is it what? This is an out of character question. What is the technical term for wiping out an entire planet? Is it still genocide?
Mass murder would be a way to put it. I will say it isn't complete genocide. There are other settlements on the planet, but that's a massive amount of people. That's a large chunk of their population just gone.
Right.
That qualified as.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would say if you kill an entire city, that's a genocide right there.
But
Especially if it's a majority.
we can certainly see what the situation is for beaming down, but I would recommend you stay on board the Pelters, Captain.
If you think if you think it better for me to stay here, I won't argue. You should be able to take a shuttle down.
Well, it's a case of if we manage to drop whatever's causing this, we're going to need someone to speak to the other settlements and explain what's happened.
Indeed. Given the nature of things, I think it's definitely within our right to do so. Reaching out a humanitarian aid. Don't have to worry about the Prime Directive in this case.
Captain, I might suggest if we are going to send a away team down that we look into shielding against this effect, as it might have deleterious effects on both a shuttle and its organic occupants.
Very good.
I don't know if the Pelters has a shuttle.
It does.
It does. It's got two. They're very tiny, though.
Yeah, it's a Type 10 shuttlecraft.
They fit like two people.
Yeah,
Then that's basically me and Myth.
Yeah.
yeah. It's hang on, got it.
They're ridiculous little ships. I love them.
Oh, I could fit one in my back pocket.
Yeah, like you can even see the seats in the front of it.
And a full team being sent down is usually the ship sending down two of them. Because Type 10s are designed specifically for the Defiant class space frame.
Yeah.
Other ships can use them. It's just like, yeah, but these
Why
are the only
would
ones that
you?
really fit in a Defiant.
Yeah, it's like there are better shuttlecraft.
These
to
things are
use.
like a little bit smaller than an Enterprise era shuttle pod.
Oh,
And that's a yikes.
well, I think myself and the commander will probably be enough. If something comes up, we can, considering we have a basic understanding of what the frequency of this interference is, we can try and contact the ship for assistance, but until we get on the ground and actually look what's happening, we're still rather in the dark.
Right. In that case, I'll have a small team. I'll work on getting a small team put together, ready to deploy. Another team of 2 ready to deploy. Should you request it?
Understood? Commander, shall we?
Very well. I we'll get around. I'll get to setting up shielding for the two of us then.
And GM, should you want it, there's an image for the shuttlecraft, so you can use it for maps or whatever.
I think I already have it, but I'll double check. Now that you mentioned it, I should have one already. Because I've messed around with Type 10s before.
Ah, okay.
See,
But
I
maybe I don't.
figured-
Maybe I don't have it.
I was gonna say, I figured it'd be kind of rare because, like, you only deal with them if you're dealing with a Defiant. So.
see, the problem is now we're now going to have to add another little subsection for Peltist shuttles.
Don't I? I have it. I remember having it once because someone said like, "Hey, we should have a Type 10 just in case." Because Type 10s also come with torpedo launcher, don't they? Am I full of crap?
I think so. I think they have a micro torpedo launcher.
I was gonna say,
Yeah,
it's
that's what it
something.
is.
I was gonna say it's something on the Defiant. It's gotta have torpedoes.
Yeah. Oh, maybe I archived it. That's probably what I did.
Oh, Penn, next time we're in like a fleet battle, deploy your 2 shuttles.
Oh, Jesus.
It would increase your fleet size.
Yeah.
It
What,
would.
to a 5?
Hey,
Yeah.
that's better than 3.
Yeah.
And they all get to move super fast because it's small craft with a fast ship.
That actually would work pretty well, like, with the rules.
Is it
Except these 2 escort fighters.
is it bad that I legitimately didn't know the Defiants had shuttles?
It came up in like 1 episode of DS9.
Yeah.
And they didn't use it, as I recall. It's always been in the notes as a here's the thing we have.
They used it in 1 episode. The
Okay.
it's the episode where Cisco goes through the wormhole and meets like an older Jake who lived through Cisco dying.
Was it the Type 10 though?
Yeah, it was a Type 10
Aha, I do have
because they had to evacuate from the Defiant.
one. Oh, by the way, yeah. As much as I have the token and all that, and I'm happy about it. You guys are still at medium range to the planet as of all these revelations.
Yeah.
You haven't gotten any closer yet.
Well, Vux could obviously take us in by itself, but it's a case of getting stuff planned for our actions.
So, man, I thought I had.
Oh, Jesus, we're going to have to name 2 more shuttles.
I mean, you can just do what I did for the plank and just put them in the launch bay part of the Pell test. Like put 2 names there.
10 shuttle test normally, but anyone can fly a Type 10 if they want. I'll enter I'll make up a sheet for the Type 10. It is a core book ship, as I recall. I need this page number for later. For some reason, I thought I had the Type 10 written down.
Yes, we can
Probably not
delegate
the
that.
highest on my priority list, given what it is, but you know.
Just delegate that.
Any Type 10. Oh, that's not what I'm writing. Why am I writing down the name? I already know what that is. I need the page number I'm on right now.
Oh,
So
we're going to
use
need
it.
equipment, aren't we?
Yep, you might want to consider what you're bringing down.
EV suits?
Yeah.
I will not charge you for EV suits. It's necessary it's vital for the mission. So yeah, it costs you nothing.
Do you think we'd need a subspace transponder booster?
Or pattern enhancers.
Sure.
Those are one each.
Well, maybe not, because if you have to leave the shuttlecraft behind, that's bad. Because that means you're leaving a shuttlecraft behind on a non-warp capable world.
Okay, then how about a science kit for Myth and engineering kit for me? But I'd let Myth use it because Myth's probably better at engineering than me.
There's no real dedicated science kit. It would be a kit designed for whatever particular science, like botany or geology or what have you. The engineering kit is meant to be multi-role because it covers all the engineering stuff, like Starship stuff and EPS. It's a toolbox, basically. The toolbox for a science officer is their tricorder, unless they have a specialized examination tool like a molecular microscope, that's actually a kind of a big device that you put against something and just stick there for a while. There's that sort of thing.
I think just grab a engineering toolkit because that's something that neither of you got.
Yeah.
And one opportunity. When it comes to opportunity costs, you only spend it once. So you can spend one opportunity cost or one momentum or threat, and that can be for each person in the team. You just have to make the opportunity cost once. It's only escalation you pay per person.
We'll probably just need one engineering kit. So just the one momentum.
Yep.
I have one, but it's probably going to cost escalation.
What's that?
Or depending on what it is, and if we can't disable it, is it possible to take a demolition charge?
Yeah, that is a thing you can do.
Yeah, no, it's probably...
That'd be an escalation cost.
Yeah, it's going to be escalation. I 100% accept that, but I'm thinking of like all scenarios.
I think 1 and 2, but let me double check. I know what I'd base it off. I base it off the grenade cost. So,
like legit, I'd rather not use a demolition charge. But if we cannot actually shut this thing down with whatever means normal,
yeah, I'd agree.
It would be opportunity 1, escalation 2. So getting 2 threat no matter what, and that's not for 1 charge. That's for 3 charges.
Yeah, that's fine.
So I get, and you only get one set of only 3 charges. You're not getting 6 because I get escalation per 3 basically.
No,
that's 2 escalation per 3.
Plus 3 charges is a lot of demolition. Like that's a lot of explosives.
Yeah. Will the EV suits provide enough shielding against this effect for someone who is made of things that might be negatively impacted?
I will say, due to the fact that it's necessary for the mission, you will have spent the necessary time to adjust the suit's shielding to account for increased EMP shielding. Because even the EMP shielding they have in the suit is to protect the computing in the suit. You're just telling the suit, no, protect the person in the suit as well. Like,
I am vulnerable to these.
Like, you're vulnerable to EMP. Okay, and that's actually a thing that's not just for androids. That's also for people with cybernetics in their head and stuff like that, or neural connectors. Like, please don't fry my neurons. I need those.
That would be for Pend as well.
Yeah.
Right, because his leg.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Yeah, like Picard probably has something like that because, like, his artificial heart gets fried. Just.
Yeah.
Oh, Type 10 is not in the core; it's in command.
Oh, is it?
I think it is.
Interesting.
Well, let's be honest. We don't really look at Type 10s that often.
That's true.
I haven't touched it since my Monday games. Like, it's been a long time since I had to worry about Type 10s. We didn't even use them. We had them in case we wanted them, but we never touched them. There was always another shuttle or runabout that was about a better fit for the job.
Yeah.
Or they didn't want to bring a micro torpedo into the equation. Like, well, I mean, you don't have to shoot it. You don't even have to load it. It's not even multiple. It's a single. So you can load this thing up with it. By basic, it's crew complement of 1 or 2 plus 2 passengers.
Huh. So we could bring more people.
Maybe bring 2 random engineers as an engineering team?
Which would cost you 1 momentum to have as a floating detail until you start pulling people out of it.
Yeah.
That seems fair.
Because if I remember correctly, when you pull from your crew complement support resets scene to scene.
Yeah. Which is the thing we did wrong on Kismet for like a year and a half.
I mean, that's not really an issue here, considering we only have 3 named NPCs on the ship.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't have to load the quantum torpedo launcher. That's escalation 1. It has 1 shot. 2 escalation, you can load the photon torpedo tubes. You can leave them just empty and just leave the phaser banks. If you load up the torpedo tubes, it's escalation 2.
I think we'll pass on the weaponry for this one. This is literally just to get down, have a look, and see if we can deactivate.
Yeah. So phaser banks, that costs you nothing because that's just part of the... Because phaser banks can also be used as a tool. Fair warning, these things are hard to repair. So if you damage this thing, difficulty of any repairs is about +1. Just so you're warned.
All right.
Well, not like we have a ton of other options.
Oh, yeah.
Other than-
Land the Peltast.
You can. I don't know if you want to do that.
I mean, yeah, we technically could. Take off.
I don't
would be
think we
a
should.
bitch.
Yeah.
I was staring it in the face and I lost it. Where'd it go?
Cov.
Oh, fine. I'll just put a placeholder for now until I find it later. I have the actual thing. I just lost it again for the thing. Type 10. You should all be able to see it here in a second. Boop. And I'll enter in the stats for it because those might come up this mission. I don't know why.
Yeah, I'm currently coming up with nothing else here, so if, like I said, if either of you two have got something.
Yeah, my main concern was not to have us get fried. So now I'm kind of like, what else?
Sensor,
Let me take a look at equipment real quick.
communications, and departments, which are garbage on these things because they're shuttles. They're not
Oh,
meant to
yeah.
be. Has security of 1. On of 2, it's not bad. An engineering 1.
Well, it can fly.
Phaser banks.
and that's about it.
Taking a look at the ops book for any additional equipment.
The ops.
So Fitch Banks. The shield strength's actually less than that because it's a small craft. It's not that. It's actually that. So I can fix that. Shields, where is it? Crazy? Where is it? Oh, that's not a thing I can mess with. Oh, well. I thought I could. Oh, God, no. So you are bringing the engineering detail with you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I'm not assuming firefight, because if that happens, then I think everyone, including the NPCs, are all shit out of luck.
I thought there was a way to mess with shields in this thing, and I don't see it.
I think it's on the back of the sheet. Well, not the back of the sheet, like the third tab of the sheet.
Yeah, that's why normally I'm able to mess with. It's not there.
Can you put, like, negative something in the bonus?
Sheet, system name, department, version settings, sheet, name, engines, computers, weapons, structure, sensors. Yeah, I don't see shields listed in here. Weird. Oh, whatever. It's fine. It'll be fine.
Huh.
I know, right? We're usually able to mess with them.
Yeah. I wonder if maybe they updated the sheets or something and removed it? That seems weird.
Oh, well, I'll just do this. And
Yeah.
Yeah, they messed with the things. It must have been part of the update from in Roll 20. They messed with it. Oh, well.
Weird. All right. No, field destabilizers. Blech, can't words. Destabilizers don't do quite what I'm looking for here.
Oh. Whoopsie.
What can we destabilize to destabilization?
Yeah, I was thinking like, maybe. But they're just for force fields. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything that wouldn't be in an engineering kit, really. So, yeah. Hopefully we don't need anything else.
Well, if we do, it's tough shit.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So the prep is Pend and Myth plus a engineering team.
Correct. And I think as we would be gathering all of that, Vox would be getting the Peltus closer to the planet.
And as she moves the ship into high orbit, control Conroll difficulty would be 4, reduced to 3. Because you're closer now.
Would it also go down by 1 because we modified our deflectors and systems for the thingy? Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, I could potentially assist on this roll, but
Grenning, do you want to roll Vox?
Sure.
Should be under con.
Yeah. Hang on, I gotta go into where's the Peltast? Kismet support, plank support.
No, it's under
What?
Kismet support.
Ah, okay. Engineering.
Nope.
No, who am I?
Vox. Con.
Yeah, VoxCon. What am I rolling?
Control con difficulty 2.
Okay. Spending a momentum for cautious. Helm operations.
Yep. The field intensifies, you get closer to the planet, but Vox is able to maintain control of the vessel and put it into a stable high orbit around Delphine Prime.
Very good.
Just imagine if you went fishing.
So people start gathering up around the Type 10 at the bottom deck.
So, Commander, which one of our shuttles, which I've only just learnt about, would you like to take?
God. You are really salty about that.
I didn't even know we had shuttles on board the Peltus, so I didn't even know we had a shuttle bay. Which one would you prefer?
it's like the javelin.
Sure. This ship just keeps giving and giving.
Right? Like that's another thing. Where's the shuttle bay on a Defiant?
It's that bottom circle there.
Yeah, it's that
They're
little
nested in
circle
there,
thing.
and they're kind of hanging there in their little hangar, and they
Oh, so
both
it's
drop
like-
down.
It's basically like hatches into the shuttles.
Yeah. You have to climb down from deck. There's a little bit of deck 3 where you climb into the top part of the ship, and then crawl your way to your appropriate seats inside the Type 10, and then you're dropped down by the armature that's inside the belly of the Defiant class.
This ship is
Yeah.
over-engineered to hell.
We're gonna cram as much as we can into these things.
We can put 2 shuttles in here.
What if we just had one good shuttle? No, what if they need a spare? Remember backups for backups? Oh yeah, right.
This is the newly acquired Javelin to Peltus Bridge.
Buck looks confused for a second because she would know it was down there the whole time. Like, I've been telling him about it all week. Oh yeah, he usually ignores that part of the report because not his problem.
Requesting permission to take off.
Permission granted.
Well, could you lower the shields and throw us out?
All right, bring shields down.
You know, because we're a Javelin.
Now for the Javelin to get out swiftly enough before the Peltus has to do a brand new check all over again, because once the shields go down, the ship's at risk of being of losing control again. It's I actually put it this way: it's either actually the Javelin's gonna have to do this check anyway. Oh no, it changes who's having the harder roll. Yeah. Okay, so sorry, a lot of things going on in my head. So the problem you're having right now, Javelin will have to leave the Peltus and then descend to the planet. As it gets closer, the Javelin's gonna have to do tests to not just drop out of the sky. Now it can either start doing the test immediately, as in it basically has to race out of the dock of the Peltus, so the Peltus can click its shields up real fast and not have to do a check. But that just means that the Javelin has to do one extra test than it didn't have to before. Javelin, or the Peltus just has to do a roll to make sure it doesn't lose control either. So the first roll is either the Javelin's roll or the Peltus roll. There's at least, from the course that Buck's calculated, there's at least 2 more rolls ahead of you for the Javelin. One is descending from high orbit to low orbit, basically entering atmosphere. High to atmosphere, I should say. So you're trying, because you're trying to. I imagine you're trying not to linger for too long in the air.
Right.
So then there's high to low orbit, atmosphere, and then atmo to ground. So there's 2 rolls ahead of you. So one's going to be diff unmodified. Where you are now is diff 3. Atmosphere's diff 4. Getting to the ground's diff 5. That's unmodified. So with shields up, that's -1. With your calibration, that's -1 as well.
And we can make
But
one
if
of
you
those
do
rolls
this
the
first-
Peltus?
Yeah, one of the first roll can be the Peltus because the Javelin kind of has an easy time getting out rather than having to race out of the gate.
Yeah, so I'll let the Peltus do it. The stats on this thing are shit.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yep.
So Vox has another control con plus NG con difficulty 2 to kind of stay stable while the Javelin safely undocks and descends.
Okay, so what do we have to roll here?
Control con difficulty 2 assisted by engines con.
And that would be Vux again, right?
No, the captain could do it if he feels adventurous.
Override.
I mean, honestly, my control's shit. So,
Yeah, please let the Helm officer do it.
well, my con actually isn't that bad. My con is 3.
You can assist from the captain's chair. I'll let you do that.
I won't. Is this another helm operations check?
Yes.
Spending a momentum.
Already done.
What you mean? Oh, got some momentum out of it.
I forgot to do it last time too. Oh well.
Nameplate. There we go. So the javelin, very safely, the armature lowers the javelin out and away from the deck of the Peltis. Various tubules break away from the javelin, and then the actual armature lets go. The javelin starts descending a little bit just by nature of gravity, and now the javelin is under its own control.
Yay! I hope you're all going to enjoy this trip. I've not flown one of these before, so let's see how it goes.
I assume you're bringing the shields up the minute you clear the Peltist.
Yes, immediately.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So,
It's probably Myth in the pilot chair bringing up the shields while Penn's flying.
Question is, what do we want to do with the excess momentum?
Good question.
yeah, from Bucks's roll.
Make doing the reverse of that easier, bringing the javelin back in.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, GM, do you want to accept that?
For 1 and for 2, yep. Go down to 5. Javelin, you are looking at a Diff 3 task. Engine con to assist as you make your rapid descent in from high orbit into atmosphere. Benefit of javelins, though, due to their aerodynamics, they're actually pretty good for atmospheric flight. Normal shuttles are actually too blocky for that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
I take that back. The Type 9s. I'm talking about the old, like, Type 7s and so on. They're blocky things. Those things are terrible for atmosphere.
Okay. So, focuses. Will you allow the focus of survival? Because this is a situation where the ship could lose power and we're fucked.
Given the nature that this, you're basically trying to avert a crash landing, yeah, sure.
I mean, it wouldn't make any other difference considering every other time I've been in a shuttle, it's always been a crash landing.
Penn's fine at flying big ships. Small ships? I don't know about that.
No, the GMs have crashed me every goddamn time.
The plot crashed you.
Yeah, exactly.
I've not got any reroll, so what, spend 1 or 3?
I can also assist you on this from the co-pilot seat, probably.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll spend 1.
All right. And I'll roll assist. Activating my augmented control.
So Myth starts moving super fast across the console.
Basically, yeah.
Not with her hands either, with her feet. Just.
Well, that's
Apparently.
one and as.
Oh no.
So we did hit it, but there's a comp.
I will spend.
How'd you hit it?
Because I
Because of
activated my
you.
augmented control. Yeah.
Yeah, and
You quash?
comp on an 18.
Yeah, because augmented control increases your comp range
By 2?
by 2. Yeah.
Oh shit! I thought there's only a by 1 increase.
I'd been doing it wrong, and Varder and I discovered that I'd been doing it wrong, so I've been doing it right after that. Yeah, it's a bit of a steep cost, but often worth it.
The javelin rapidly descends in atmosphere. Well, atmosphere is a rough word. That's the height. If there was an atmosphere, you'd be in it right now. But this is mainly a vacuum world, so you're just a lot closer to the settlement.
Just witnessing Myth press on unnecessary buttons. No, stop, no, stop, no, stop.
But like some of them are the right buttons.
No, we don't need that turned on. Oh, and immediately shuts it off before the computer even has a chance to do something. It's like, huh? Oh, never mind. So you're rapidly descending. Now this is a dome. Think like a semi-clear dome over what looks to be a complex across a icy plain. In all directions, just eternal. Once you get down there, it's just ice as far as you can see, except for this little dome in the middle of it. I presume you're trying to land like right next to it, like as close as you can to the facility, or you do want to land further away to give yourself distance from the dome, or you're gonna try to do something like land through the dome.
I mean, if there's
True javelin.
I mean, if there's a place, if there's a place to go through the dome without damaging structural integrity, sure. I'm always
The
gonna look for
javelin's
that.
structural integrity will be fine. The dome will shatter.
Then I think I'll just park it out the front door.
Okay.
Just
It's a
The
javelin. It
javelin.
lives up to its
The
name.
the javelin.
And this landing procedure now switches to Daring Con, because now this is getting really hairy. Because your ship wants to die. Like you can, even with you guys working away at it, every so often a panel just blinks away, and then you're like, nope, stay on. Oh, it's back. But you're managing to keep the vital system. You're kind of letting the non-vital stuff die because who cares? You don't. Your main concern is not falling out of the sky and crashing. And also the main power generator. But it's like, oh no, our inertial dampers are changed a little bit. It's like, if we hit the ground, it's not going to matter anymore. We're moving fast enough. But you're looking at it with the shields, with the calibration. It's diff 4. This would be a diff 6 test otherwise.
Wow.
I am
Can
glad
I-
we bought all those advantages.
Can I assist with engineering to be like doing the monitoring of all the systems?
I'll increase your complication for assisting because you're basically you kind of have to get up out of your chair and crawl to the back of the ship rapidly to kind of start messing with stuff back there.
Alrighty.
Then the difficulty would go down because we have an engineering team.
Yep, because they start pulling Myth along and start handing her tools quickly and.
Mm-hmm.
Would you allow me to make a play for control?
I would increase your complication by 1, and Myth's complication would be up by 2. Total.
Ugh, I would
See,
not.
the reason
Because you're trying to daring is you trying to do this, trying to erase the problem. Whereas control, you're like, no. There's a system. There's a way we do this. Step 1, do this. Step 2, do this. Except you're trying to do a very long checklist quickly,
See,
which is doable, but it complicates
You're
things.
You're currently crashing.
like the stat wise is from an 8 to a 12. The in character wise is I've kind of flown like in more difficult situations. I've also landed half a shuttle before when it's been bitten in half.
It's like, I'm doing the checklist. I can do the checklist quickly. If you do it fast enough, you can get through it. What? Oh, how do you get through it? You memorize the checklist. It's a 20-step checklist. Yeah. You didn't memorize it? You should.
Up my comp. I don't care.
Yeah, I think I want to do that. Also, the way that I view it for Penn is like, I've been in difficult landing situations before. This is not unusual. I'm going to give you 1.
1 threat?
No, sorry, I'm going to spend 1.
Oh, okay.
I'm used to giving threat, but I've no longer got bold con, so it's like, Jesus.
Yeah, it's not worth it to you.
Mm. Good on ya.
That's why I wanted control.
Yeah. Damn.
Not that
I'm not arguing for control here because I think.
The irony is, it wouldn't have actually made the difference.
Nice. Yeah, I'm just gonna roll daring here because this is not a thing that Myth does regularly.
And would the comp range go up for the javelin?
Yes.
Hey.
Good golly.
Again,
Alright then.
I would like to hold the record of, fuck you, GMs. I don't crash myself.
Well, there you go, GM.
New scene as you bring the javelin to a safe and by the book landing.
Myth just hears penned under his breath. Fuck you, space gods.
The number 10 roars in Penn's mind.
Oh no.
That's how many drinks he's gonna have when he gets back.
Forget this shuttle landing ever happened.
And you have landed outside the dome of the settlement.
Okay, just remember where we parked.
Almost immediately, the glass frosts over.
Has everyone got everything we need?
Myth, give me insight science, difficulty of 2.
Oh, like
Okay.
the glass in your EV suits?
Do I have a focus?
Good question. Hold on. Huh. Hold on, let me think. Not really, no.
Okay. Then I'll spend 1 for cautious. Three. Re-rolling that 20. All right, there we go.
You notice that the cockpit window is frosting over a bit, and you can see snow blowing around. And actually, even the dome itself is frosted over. As snow, it's frosted over and has snow covering it.
Is this Myth
Captain.
learning about snow?
No.
Captain, we shouldn't be experiencing any wind factor or frozen precipitation on this planet. The readings indicated that it had no atmosphere.
Got it in 1.
Yeah.
This is both a Penn and a Robert question. Is this... Could this be some form of reactor failure?
How do you mean?
Such as
I think I know what you're getting at, but I
like-
might be guessing.
nuclear fission or fusion failure?
Maybe.
Like
That's all I can really say.
This isn't quite snow, but this is maybe a fallout snow.
Oh! No. Because even if it was Fallout, if there's a vacuum, it would just drift out into space. It would just kind of hang there. It wouldn't blow around because wind is a factor. Is a part of atmosphere.
Okay.
The atmosphere, there's no wind, so it's just there.
Then yeah, never mind that shit.
Okay.
Captain, the creation of an atmosphere here suggest the possibility that there may have been an attempt at creating a more livable environment outside of the dome. Perhaps an early experiment in terraforming gone wrong.
It's possible. What do you reckon our chances are from getting from here to the dome?
Insight, engineering, difficulty 2.
All right. 1 threat for bold.
Sure.
There we go. Gain 1.
Let me get you the exact numbers here. Okay. Sorry, I had to do some calculations in my head.
And don't worry, that's not my strong suit either.
Hmm.
It gets better.
Oh, come on.
I'm sure
Oh.
it does.
That doesn't help you.
I mean, to be fair, anything you rarely send to us makes it better.
I'll get you the exact interval on that. It doesn't happen that immediate. The first one is persistent. The second one takes time for it to hit you.
All
I
right.
have to look up exactly how much time.
Oh,
needs to
these
go on
like
first.
fitness, security, fitness, medicine rolls to get there.
Mm.
That's actually in the other book now that I think about it. That's not it.
Fun. Fun.
Yeah.
I love being inorganic. It helps here.
Well, your resistance does.
Oh, specifically the feature helps with extremes of heat and cold, actually.
Oh, fuck. Forget
Yeah.
me. Oh.
Is that the first
Oh,
time the GM
oh, no.
swore on recording?
I stopped myself. Shush.
No, you didn't.
I totally did. You can't. There's no recording evidence, and for a 5-year-old, you're gonna edit that. I mean, what?
Edit like I do editing.
Oh no! Did he just get? Is he gonna get boned on this?
No,
and
no,
not
I'm
be
fine.
able to not be able to hit you.
Oh yes. Okay.
That's funny. That's funny if that's the case.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. I just looked at it. I'm like, how fast is it at this level? Oh, that did it. That dangerous. Cool. Great.
Does it help that I said
Okay.
I parked the shuttle at the front door?
It helps. Yes.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
very
that
glad
helps.
you parked close.
That helps. That really helps.
Oh.
So So specifically, my talent gives me reduced difficulty to resist the effects.
So it won't hit you as hard, basically.
Right. I reduce the difficulty by 2.
Yeah. So it would be more like.
This is a goddamn fitness check.
Probably.
Like, fail the fitness check, take,
Oh,
elements damage.
that's right. Yeah. Either you'd make the check or you wouldn't. Yeah. Yep. You're right. Ignore those last 3 messages. That makes no sense.
Because I had to do it on fucking Calcut.
So, to get back to the scene,
Yes. There you go.
Myth looks over at Pend and says, "We should move quickly. The temperatures and hazardous wind conditions out here will be extremely hazardous to all of us if we don't get inside. Either the shuttle or the dome."
Okay, we all move shoulders, hand on shoulders, move in one unit, understand?
Sir, the engineers
Affirmative.
nod.
Okay, I kick open the fucking front window and we go.
It pops free away, and first thing, you have to move from here to here, which is not. You can get there in. You're essentially moving from. Hold on, let me get the ranges right. Okay, so the first roll. There's 2 rolls. There's one is getting to where you want to go, and the second roll is actually resisting the cold. Oh wait, you can get there in one. If you get there in one go, you might be fine.
Yeah.
Can you get there in one go? Oh, you have extra actions. Okay, so
You
calm
bet
down.
we
Okay.
goddamn can.
Let's worry about getting there first. We'll worry about you being hurt later.
Deadly temperature.
God.
All right, the dip's up because of the wind. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
It's down because
Buy
we're
it,
at the front
put
door.
'em out.
Hey, I'll try and take every goddamn advantage I can.
Yeah,
Oh
fair.
yeah.
So essentially, what you're doing is a fitness con roll. You're doing the run action, which is normally dip 0, but it's been increased by 3 because the wind, when it hits you, it's like being hit by a wall. It's almost impossible to move around at all, and you're trying to run through it, which you can diff 3 because you have some fitness, you should be able to do it, but it's annoying. Making that diff 3 moves you from your long range to medium range, which is you're not close enough to hit any buttons or jump through windows or anything. You can't interact with the dome yet. So you'd have to spend 1 momentum to move that 1 extra zone to close or contact range, to close range. So you're now able to manipulate things like the door or the glass or what have you. Not glass, but you know what I mean. So that's just to get up to the dome to even do anything to it. That's from the shuttle to the dome.
Okay.
Can I leverage my species trait to reduce diff by 1?
Yes.
All right.
Can I use my 2 things? Can I use my former operative talent as the fact of this isn't my first time on Hoth and I've killed a Bamford before? Yes, that was a Star
Wrong.
Wars joke.
Wrong franchise.
Thank you.
Yes, I know.
You don't have a talent or trait. You have a focus for it.
I know, I'll just be the dick with that one.
Oh, okay.
But can I use my previous experience of extremely hostile environments trying to kill me, i.e. Calcut, to help?
I'll let you use the former operative focus.
I'll take it.
Totally.
So, Myth, do you want me to lead this role while you and the engineering team get us in?
Sure.
Okay. So I'll automatically spend 3 to count Myth and the engineering team.
Oh, you don't need to spend for the engineering team. If you guys make it, the team makes it. Because
Oh.
they're a advantage that's following your lead.
So I'm basically spending 1 extra to bring Myth with me.
Yeah.
Then
And I'm reducing diff.
2, so it's a diff 2.
Mm-hmm.
I think I might want to spend big on this one to try and make sure we hit it.
Yeah. No, trust me, you want to do that.
So I'm actually gonna spend 4 and 2.
4 and 2, I said you stupid thing there. That doesn't help me at all. There we go.
So we technically gain the momentum, but I could. Do you want me to spend the determination to try and get extra? Because we're technically there now.
I think let's stay with just getting there. I'll roll my assist. And then we determine if we need to do anything else. Alright.
Alright.
Now we have 2.
So now, one presumes that you're going to want to do this before the round ends, because otherwise you're going to have to start resisting for cold despite your suits.
Yes.
Mhm.
Now, that means you'd either have to...
That is some intense cold.
Yup.
Yes.
Pend can swift task to do something, or you can keep the initiative effectively for 2. Well, it's 2 either way. To do something before the round ends. Because once the round ends, and both of you... Actually, Myth can just... it doesn't matter if I get to go, because I'm not... The environment isn't an active enemy, it's just there.
See, I've got an
So
idea.
you could just
for
let it
this.
go to Myth, and Myth does something, but...
No, I think I definitely want to go next. I assume it's going to be an engineering task for the door, correct?
Well, how do you intend to try to open the door?
I
That'd be the
intend
question.
to direct Myth and the engineering team to open the fucking door.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you're going to direct Myth to open the door.
Yes.
So you're going to swift task to direct?
Yeah.
Okay. Swift task direct.
And if you hit
Myth.
it, I'm just going to give you a crit for mine.
Right.
How do you intend, with the engineering team's help, to open the door?
This thing's dead, isn't it?
You don't see
Oh,
any
no.
lights, and it looks like a big old bank vault door. Think NORAD. That big old doors they have at the mountain. Attached to a frosted over dome.
You know those emergency clamps that they use to open doors?
Yeah. I'm
We got
aware.
those?
So so normally those work because the
Yeah.
now this can still work your way. I'm about to explain why in a second. So normally there's a system, an emergency failsafe that even if the power dies, there is like an emergency way that can help you with a suction cup kind of pull the door open if you need to.
Mhm.
At least on Starfleet vessels. This is a 1980s, 1990s style bank vault door. When this thing loses power, there's no backup system. It's just dead. There's no fancy sci-fi hydraulic system in there. So you'd have to fitness engineering just haul this thing open like crazy.
Yeah.
Which for a normal human being would be not possible without some sort of cybernetic super arms. You're a
Mhm.
bloody android.
Yeah.
You also have
This
an
is
I'm
impossible.
I'm gonna
Cybernetic
open the
superarm, you
door.
But I will say this is a big old door. I'm going to call it a fitness engineering diff 5.
Or
It's
know what?
possible because you're an android.
is it?
Sorry, diff
Yeah.
4 because the engineering team is like, okay, that's what you want to do. Right, let's make that as easy as possible for you.
Uh-huh.
Plus
Grab this part. No, I know you're strong, Captain, but seriously, Commander, you really want to put it here.
Yeah. Plus,
Yeah.
as long as you get one success, my assist will count as 2.
Yeah. I'm gonna go for it because I don't get to do this very often.
Yeah, you don't get your data just smashing a thing.
Yeah.
God. I'm gonna open the door. I mean, you can, yes.
Yeah. Focus. Okay. Here's what xenotechnology.
Let me think. I'm gonna have to say no.
technically
It's too.
is.
It's tech.
It's a door. It was made.
I actually would have to call this something like athletics or lifting, something like that.
I didn't think it was gonna work, but you know.
It's worth asking. I almost said yes to it with complication. I was like, nah, it's too far removed. You're not understanding the tech. You're just opening the damn thing.
Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
It's a big, heavy door, and I'm just brute forcing the thing open.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna spend my determination here.
I would say so, yeah.
I think that would automatically access my crit as well, so that's 4 successes.
Yeah.
To what value?
Solutions like problems are limitless.
All right, yeah.
And then 1 threat for a reroll.
It'll have to
If I
be
need
2.
to. Or 2 threat for the reroll. I think it's still worth it. Yeah. Do I fish?
I mean, we've got 2 momentum out of it.
Yeah. Yeah, let's stick with that. Okay.
Well, there's 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 2 minutes. Right, yeah. So the door is open. You're still outside.
Yes.
Free action, get the fuck inside.
It's a minor to move.
Okay, can we spend a minor to get in?
Myth can, sure. Or rather, Pen can, sure, because it's his turn that he's swift tasking.
Sure, I will minor go in.
Now, I haven't technically gone yet.
Oh shoot, yeah, you have a minor. Your turn comes up, you minor, they follow. Yep.
Yeah, that's just me directing.
And Myth, I presume you close the door behind you.
Yes.
Don't worry, you don't have to check again to close it. Now it's a lot easier to close it than it is to open it.
Just
Because
to,
it's meant to be closed.
yeah, just to break the initial ice seal.
Mm-hmm.
See, I'm gonna have to ask the GM what that damage roll would have been.
It was 5 dice with vicious and lethal.
Ooh, sexy.
Yeah.
And that's with the suit anyway.
Yeah, that's with a suit.
So you get the defense for 1 resistance for the suit.
God. Oh God.
As the suit just starts failing because it's too cold.
Yeah.
Just nope. I'm okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
And you are plunged into it's not complete darkness. Imagine an overcast because you're inside imagine a big glass dome, but it's frosted over, so light of the sun is getting through, and it's this dimly lit building, very squared off buildings, very austere, practical architecture, with various little signs indicating a storefront, a supply shop. You see little ground vehicles just in disarray everywhere. People just lying on the streets, unconscious and unmoving.
I assume we have the built-in flashlights on the suits.
Yeah, you just activate your suit's headlights. Literal, they're in the head part. Actually, yeah, that works. Just a little lower time. Never mind. You see various billboards advertising Sonova Development, Batova Amalgamated. Get your free drinks 2-for-1, things like that. Just everything's every flat surface is plastered, but they're all supposed to be illuminated and they're dark. There's you see like street lights that are shattered from the cold. Actually not shattered because they're inside the dome. They're just off. You can see in the distance a couple of one building that seems to have had something run into it, like something was flying and then it crashed into the building. But one building dominates, this obelisk dominates the center of the dome, and you can see it even though you're at the farthest edge of this settlement. You can see it just go all the way up and barely touch the top of the dome. And on it you can see in big letters, ALH Data Vault.
Penn will just look towards Smith. So, can you tell where the signal is coming from?
Scanning now. Myth kind of just lifts her hand up and starts waving it around.
For the both of you, fitness plus medicine difficulty 1. Just to this is because you guys are gonna be moving through the city, so I'll just do this roll now. It's just to chill out with the fact that you're surrounded by about hundreds of dead people. You're in a city that's dead, and you're gonna walk into it. That's a little freaky. And if you make this roll, you're fine. If you don't, it kind of freaks you out a little bit. You may not say it aloud, but it that dread kind of creeps up on you. Although for Myth, it's more of less a dread, more of you are willfully walking into a perilous situation that killed everyone else here.
Also, past trauma with this kind of thing.
Yeah.
So,
would you allow former operative? Because this is probably wouldn't have been the first time he's been surrounded by
death,
but by corpses. Yeah, basically.
Yeah, I'll take it. I'll take it flat. As depressing as that is.
Yeah.
I am rolling a 10 with no focus.
I'm rolling an 11 with a 2 in medicine.
Hey, the therapy worked.
Despite as Smith scans, the very subtle hum, like normally there's enough ambient noise that the little tricorder emits arm, hand. Anyway, you normally can't hear it because there's so much ambient noise of like an engine, people moving around, because it's encased in a person, so it's kind of muffled. But it is so quiet here that you can hear it. You can hear each other breathing. You can hear the engineers kind of shuffling in their feet as they're looking around a little creeped out by how incredibly quiet it is here. But otherwise, you're fine, because you both made the roll.
All right.
Well,
reason science difficulty 2 to do your scan. This is a happy place.
Yeah, I've got something to say, but I'll make sure I'll say it as soon as Myth points out where we need to go.
Yeah.
3.
So what are you scanning for in particular? Or is it just a general
more precise origin point of the disturbance?
It's coming from the obelisk. At the hold on. The 17th floor.
The obelisk is our target, Captain.
Understood. Well, I'm pretty sure I don't have to tell the three of you this. Let's try to be as respectful as possible. Let's try and not disturb anyone else's rest. Understand?
Yes, sir.
Aye, sir.
Let's get there and figure out what the fuck's gone wrong.
As you move through the streets, you can see that there was a panic in the city. Well, city is a strong word. There's only so many people here, but town. Crashed cargo trucks, cars that piled up and jammed some of the streets. People just some people even trying to carry stuff with them, and then you'd see like a bunch of suitcases and cargo containers that you carry on your back, and they just dumped it so many meters behind them and then just kept running. And then they fell at some point. Like at that point, they're like, you know what? I don't need this stuff anymore. I'm about to die, so I'm going to try to speed toward it.
Question. I'm probably, if I have to make a roll, I'll probably fail it. But is this the panic of suffocation or something else?
Insight medicine, difficulty of 2.
The only focuses I can think of are survival or former operative.
I'd take survival. Like you know what the difference between one over another.
I'll spend 1 momentum because I'd like to know, but still not my best roll.
Yeah, I'd only have an 11 in that. So.
Plus, it's one of those. If it's suffocation, we can just know that. If it's something else entirely, then that's something to keep an eye out for. I don't know. I don't have a reroll. Actually, what I'll do, I will spend my determination because I actually think I want to know this.
Yeah.
Say again, sorry.
Determination spend.
To what focus? To what value?
I've got 3, which I believe will work. Either I am the calm in the storm, when shit goes wrong, figure it out, or I've been through worse.
I'll take the third one.
Oh.
Keeping your head straight while you're looking at this devastation. These people look like there's signs that they froze for a while, like severe frostbite at the fingers and at the extremities. But eventually, the ultimate cause you would get due to how they're kind of, I won't get into too much gore detail, but they got desperate at the end, and there's certain signs of that desperation, and that the desperation was more one of a person suffocating than one that was freezing. Freezing people react differently than someone who's suffocating. So they were freezing to death, and then they basically died of lack of air.
So this is a grim and painful way to go.
Yes, they did not
Freezing people don't tend to move around very much.
I'll probably keep that to myself for now because I'd rather the engineering team and Myth focus on that job.
Mm-hmm.
They really need to know that. Hey, an entire population is just suffocating and froze to death. Isn't that fun?
To get to the building, there's various. The devastation's so bad that some of the buildings, as you get closer and closer to the center, it gets harder and harder to get there because it's just straight up buildings in the way, or crashes in the way, or just someone basically like they're moving a crane full of like building equipment and they abandoned it, so the gear kind of just let go and destroyed some of the streets or making it impassable. So it's a fitness con roll diff 4 to get there in a reasonable amount of time. You're not so much in if you complicate, you can hurt yourself by like scraping, because you could scrape your suit on like a rock or something. or something just falls on you. But if you don't make it, you still will succeed at cost and get there. It's just going to take you a long time to get there. But if you make it, you're going to get there fairly quickly. You'll find gaps that are safe for you to quickly get to.
Is this a group role or an individual role?
You can do it as a group role, one main role, and then everyone else assists. Actually, to that end, I hate to say this because of you can also use reason because you can plot a course to where you're going. You have a tricorder. You could plot your course. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd probably be better at reason con for a 13, but I don't know about you.
I've got a 13, but I've got reason specialty.
Then if you want to take point, I'll assist. Does the engineering team help?
No, they can only help with engineering stuff.
I'm just trying.
Yep. If you brought a con detail with you.
I don't think we've ever brought a con detail with us.
No, a con detail is just a pilot with an extra pilot.
Yeah.
I'm a pilot. I'm a navigator.
Now, I think this would only work if I was using fitness, but can I leverage species trait?
Yeah, with the expectation that Myth probably scouts ahead a little bit, and it's a path that Myth can take. But it's like, well, no, I need the rest of the team to come with me. Yes, I can jump 10 feet in the air and plant safely. You can't.
Yeah.
Well, speak for yourself.
Or, it's catching someone when they jump down 15 feet.
Yeah.
Alright, I'll buy 1 die.
With
momentum.
Okay.
I don't have anything for con. Well, that's interesting.
Do you want to determine that?
I already used my determination.
Did you?
Do you want to quash it?
I mean, we hit it because we reduced it to diff 3.
You'll make it, but you have a complication. You're going to get hurt.
Yeah, we'll squash.
Yeah, we'll squash.
Because it'd be one of those things, you discovered it and you hurt yourself just as you figured it out. It takes a bit of thinking, and thankfully you do a couple of quick scans with your tricorder just to be sure that, you see an icy sheet somewhere, and you're like, is that actually water? Or is that something else? Like, oh, that will actually react to our suits and burst into flames. Never mind. Let's not go that way. But there's a lot of industrial waste and hazardous waste that are in various areas. So you eventually are able to find a way that basically cuts through various storefronts and in alleyways and buildings that gets you to where you're going to go. That way you're not walking out in the main thoroughfares. You can go through the main thoroughfares, but that would take you a long time because you'd have to go the longest way around possible. But the fastest way is just basically cutting through buildings.
Yeah. Sometimes, literally, we have phasers. All right.
So which way do you guys want to go? The long, open way or cutting through buildings way?
I mean, Myth's scouting out through buildings, so unless Pend objects to that, she'll be leading that way through.
No, if this is the direction Myth thinks is best suited, then I'll follow.
Through here, Captain.
As you move through buildings, you see that you're walking through like electronic stores and another place like a fast food dispensary. Another place seems to be a warehouse of sorts. So warehouse is a strong word, a storage facility. Because warehouse implies it's big. It's not that big. It's only no more than 100 people here. You can see computers here or there that are off. You see various data containment units, think like data tapes that are lying around here or there. But eventually, you make your way to the towering monolith in the center of the city. And you can see all around it seems to be the roads that seem to get up to this point. When you kind of step out of an alleyway, the roads that lead to it stop. Like there's parking lots at the far edges of the facility, and there's these little pillars meant to keep cars and trucks from ramming up against the building. This building looks almost fortified. Now you're a lot closer, and the scanners indicate as much as well. It's been reinforced, like armored. It looks like there's even small emplacements where security personnel would be able to settle up somewhere with machine guns and machine gun nests, but there's no one there. There's no energy signatures coming from the building, from this immediate area. And it is empty. There's no one here. There's no trucks, no vehicles, no bodies. Just a bunch of guns that look like they could be used, but they're not being used. And big, imposing black glass doors leading into the bottom floor, into the ground floor, I should say.
Well, there may be no one alive left here. We should probably still take caution inside the building. If there's any power supply, your backup power supply, there could be internal defenses.
Indeed. I will maintain active scans as we ascend the building.
To scan for possible threats to the away team, breeze and security.
Alright.
Would you like some assistance with that, considering it was my suggestion?
Yeah, sure.
Or would you like me
About
to
13.
take point with a 15?
I mean, I said I'd do it.
Don't worry,
So-
the person who fails is the one that gets hurt first.
Exactly.
Or the lead is the one who gets hurt first, I should say, if they fail.
Yeah, that's kind of like, Penn's senior officer, so Myth will be taking lead, I think. It's a matter of protocol.
Your call?
Spend 1 momentum there. Focus in Xenotech? Or is it still too low tech?
Too low tech for it to matter. I would take it as technology. Understanding what kind of tech could be used, I'll take that. Now that I think about it.
I've only got a 2, so it's like...
It's not a huge thing, then.
Yeah.
Would you accept
Alright,
either former operative or survival?
Former operative, I would, yep. My brain shut off. What the heck am I looking for? Right. Okay, so it would be this plus that, so... spend 1. Oh, you can't see those rolls. Whoopsie.
Yeah, like I said, I posted it in the Discord, but it has a huge, like, that type of film feel to it.
Hee.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Hmm.
3 hits. Oh, did we tie?
We did.
Don't you have bonus on reason rolls?
Oh, yeah, I do.
So you gained 1 momentum.
Gain 1. It would have been more interesting if we tied. Oh, well.
I mean, you could take a dive on purpose if you want.
No.
You're just gonna be spending threat from now on. Is all I'm saying. But yeah, no. You notice as you're approaching the building, there are you're scanning, and you're not just doing. The reason it turns into security rather than science is that you'll notice signatures in the ground of various pipes, and there's some biohazards in there, like waste, that sort of thing. But you're now looking for things that might imperil you or might be a trap, and there's actually anti-personnel and anti-material mines littered around the facility that you can move your way through now that you know where they are, but these are meant to surprise somebody. Like there's no way to see that with your eyes. like
Yeah.
their tech level wouldn't see these things.
So it's like Myth is kind of moving forward ahead, and then suddenly just right hand raised, fist up. Captain, minefield ahead.
Yeah, it's not the first time organizations do this. It's to try and keep their secrets safe.
And I kind of tap a couple times at the side of the helmet. Feeding safe path to your HUDs now.
And it's still Fitness Con Diff 1. It's fairly easy, but you still have to make an effort not to accidentally step on the wrong pressure plate.
Mm-hmm.
Because some of the anti-materiel ones, you're not heavy enough to set them off.
Yeah.
So those ones you can kind of step safely, but the anti-personnel ones don't take a whole lot to go off.
And I'm back.
Hooray.
All right. Pen, do you want to go first, or should I?
I've got a 12, but I was gonna try and ask the GM, would you accept security for me?
I would, yeah.
Because I want to try and generate some momentum for people.
How dare you?
So take a threat. And form operative or survival?
Survival. Pardon me.
I'm gonna reroll.
All right. I'm rolling an 11. Think I'll just spend 1 to roll 3. Here. Spend the 2 to quash it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the two of you carefully and slowly make your way toward the glass doors. Meanwhile,
New
Oh
scene?
boy.
new scene, yep. Fleet Captain Grennan,
Mm-hmm.
give me an insight. Insight security difficulty 1.
Okay.
As you're getting reports from the various stations, they're just giving you status updates every so often of what they're seeing, what they're doing. You're just
Team
kind of keep
dynamics.
apprised of what's going on. Yeah, I'll take it.
Okay. I don't generate any momentum, but I passed the check.
Ops reports. Yes. Some sort of large-scale propellant coming from the northern continent. I think it's a rocket. It seems to be following a interplanetary ballistic path.
Target?
For 1 momentum, you'll get an answer to that.
Sure. Oh, we have no momentum, and he has all that threat, and there are only us. Oh no!
It seems to be aimed at the settlement that the away team's at. Oh, everyone kind of looks at the ops person like that would have been nice for the rest of us to know real quick. Sorry, I didn't know what it was.
Can we lock on a tractor beam?
Vux looks over her shoulder. We can. They'll mean we have to descend if we're to intercept it, or we can wait till the absolute last second and grab it then, because wait for it to come to us, as it were.
What do you think, Tachibana? Would you be able to snag it as it passes us by?
Okay, so I'll give you the difficulties, and this will be Tachiman's report on how hard it is for him to do what he's doing. He's basically he's going to tractor beam a missile in transit.
Jesus Christ, what did I come back to?
Someone's launching a missile at the facility you're in, at the settlement. Yay.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
In the
don't.
northern-
I don't want to blow it up if I can help it, but I also do not want it to hit you guys. So
Just catch it, it's fine. With your ship.
I mean, to be fair, the ship could probably catch it and nothing would happen.
yeah, we probably could tank it.
All right. It's the same, it just changes. Okay, that's how I'm gonna do it. All right. Pardon me. Oh, that surprised me. Is that the right roll?
Oh, no.
Yes and yes.
Oh, the music.
So,
As this rocket speeds through the air,
Granite, did you hear what
through
the GM said about the people on the ground?
Possibly. What specifically?
So, as they were freezing to death, they all suffocated.
Yes, I was listening through all of it.
Yeah, lovely, innit?
To control security task diff 4, assisted by structure security, if you try to catch it in advance, what that means is that Vox would have to do a roll to get into position, and then you'd have a chance to grab it. But that would give you 2 shots at the can. So if you missed it the first time, you could try again on the second time. If you just wait for it, you don't have to do a con roll because you're already sitting still. You're fine. But if you miss, it's just going to go blow right past you and hit the settlement.
Ooh, okay. Let's see what Tachiban's got.
He's actually pretty good at security.
No. I know he is. It's what he's built for. I'm just trying to see how good. Like, difficulty 4 good.
He's got precision targeting, cautious security, tactical systems.
Well, we don't have any momentum. Ooh, well, we could do the con check and try to get us some momentum.
Yeah.
Because what's gonna be the difficulty for the con check?
Stand by, I'll be right back.
I like how we kind of joked about using the 3 members of the Peltist, yet we've somehow used all 3 members of the Peltist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm actually
When
thinking...
you've only got 3 player characters.
Well, but it's not just that, it's like the 3 crew support, but it kind of covers exactly what the Peltist does in all situations.
Oh yeah, it really does.
Plus, I am leaning towards giving Tachiban that promotion.
Yeah.
Because I know we got past that 5 episodes of using them thing, so...
Feels earned at this point.
And I know Varda has his kind of not thing with Tachiban, but it's also a case of he's Evans's creation. I kinda don't want to get rid of him.
Yeah. Same. I like Tachiban. It's just Varder's first interaction with Tachiban was him being mind controlled.
Also, Grenin telling Varda to drop the shields and Tachiban kicking the shit out of Grenin.
Yeah, that too.
Which is Grenin's fault.
Yeah.
But yeah, that planet was giving me a serious Serenity vibe when on the
Mm-hmm.
like the modified air planet. It's like, whoa.
I am back, but I have to look up how hard this is. Diff. It'd be Diff 3. Yeah, because of your shields and your modulation.
Mm. What's her? Does she use bold con?
No, she's cautious.
But she just has neural interface, so she can reroll the ship if it
Reroll
needs.
the ship. Yeah, I guess give the game master a threat, anyways.
You could rally, Cap.
Doesn't she also have a determination, or has it been spent?
Yeah, well, we're on a time crunch though. I assume that we have enough time to do one action, and if that action isn't fly after.
Your ship moves fast enough that you would be able to rally and then fly over, because the ship's moving faster than the missile will, but it's one of those things where it's like you get 2 shots at trying to tractor beam it, because you're trying to wait for it, tractor it as it approaches, and then bring it to a very controlled stop.
Mm.
And if it blows by you, you're like, oh shoot, now we have to race after it and then set up again to try to grab it the second time around.
In which case, I'm gonna rally.
Okay.
Basically, like rallying en route.
Yeah. Fux, plot us a intercept course and execute. Tachibana, prepare the tractor beam on my mark.
Sir? Aye, sir?
Team dynamics.
Yep.
Okay, 3.
Oh, and that's presence. That was presence command, not.
Yes.
But that second one was only a
6.
so wouldn't have helped.
So
But
3 momentum generated.
Yeah, does Fox still have her determination? I don't think we've spent it.
Yeah, she should still have one.
Yep.
Okay, just
If she has a
making sure.
value, she would start with 1. But actually, technically, everyone does. You usually just have nothing to spend it on.
I mean, honestly, I'd save it and spend 1 momentum. It's only difficulty 3.
Oh no, I was just making sure it was corrected on the sheet in case it was needed.
Mhm.
Can I assume astral navigation or helm control?
Yes.
Got 1 reroll. And shit. That was the engines gone?
Yes, NG-Con.
Oh, that's 3.
So the Peltas races into place as the rocket is racing across over the vacuum of the planet.
So I believe this is a Tachibana roll to tractor.
Yep. Control security, diff 4, assisted by structure security.
Captain,
All right,
would you like to roll Tachibana?
Sure, and GM take a threat and
Take threat and say again.
2 momentum.
Okay.
I'm assuming.
Oh, whoops. Grennan, say again.
Grennan, you could also direct here.
I think we lost him.
Yeah, he's gone. I think that might be a better option. Maybe if Grennan directs him and we keep the... Well, I'll take the 2 momentum back until we find out what the fuck he's doing.
Yeah.
sorry, internet died for like half a second.
Okay.
Okay.
So last I heard was you were going to give me a threat.
Yeah, 1 threat, 2 momentum.
Okay.
Would you prefer to direct him to do it?
Well, I've already done something.
Direct is once per scene.
Oh, I guess I could. Yes, I shall direct him. On top of rolling 4 dice. So I'll roll I'll roll him first because I'm just assisting.
Yeah, because if he whiffs it, your systems won't matter.
I've got this ship available when needed.
And I can reroll 1. Oh no. Well, there's gonna be a complication.
Captain gets the help.
Yeah. Presence, command, team dynamics is a focus. Oh no. Wow, that sucked.
We
still succeeded.
He just catches it, but then Tachman reports, sir, there seems to be a failsafe in the missile. It's detonating. If we let it go, it's going to blow up and irradiate the surface below.
Vux, pull us up.
Out of orbit, sir?
Yes.
Control con difficulty 3, assisted by engines con.
Now might be a good time to spend your determination.
I was thinking maybe 1 threat and a determination to re-roll.
Well, it would have to be 2 threat. Oh, 1. Okay, determination to re-roll.
Yes.
Yeah.
I assume the focus of Helm operations will work.
It does, yep.
Determination. I've
First let's see what the ship gets.
Oh yeah.
Because the ship might luck out.
Engines con, I assume.
Yes.
We get a momentum, but are you getting a determination for
Yeah,
that?
determination to reroll.
To what value?
I can outthink every problem. This is my ship. I chart my own path. Mission directive.
Oh, those are 3 separate ones. I was like, wow, those are really
Yeah,
long.
I'm giving you all the values. Like, one of them should work.
I can outthink every problem I'll take, yeah.
Momentum.
And as you ascend, it has detonated. It has not detonated yet, but for each action, I roll a challenge dice. If think warp core reaction. So same thing. I'm getting more and more dice the longer you take to get rid of this thing.
Could we use an action to use the attractor beam to repulse it just out into open space?
You can do that, yeah.
This is a nuke, right?
Yeah,
Probably.
I assume.
You want to get it pretty far away from a planet that doesn't have an atmosphere. Quick question, GM. Does this ship have a magnetic field? Not ship, planet.
The ship does, yes.
A planet is just a really big ship, okay?
I'm trying to think of a terrestrial, real life equivalent of a atmosphereless planet. I think atmosphereless planets don't generate magnetic fields. No.
Well, it depends on whether the planet has a liquid core or not. So that's actually more about the size of the planet.
It's big. It would be big enough to have a magnetic field. Yes.
Okay, cool. So yeah, you want to get it pretty far away because if not, the magnetic field of the planet will turn that nuke into a global EMP. Or a hemispherical EMP.
Well, that's why I was thinking of using the tractor beam to like repulse it out into open space, just like throw it away.
Because we're already pulling ourselves out of orbit.
That would be.
Yes, play
Damn it, Tachibana.
hot potato with the nuke.
Yeah.
So before you roll, this is the base difficulty. If you control security, diff 2 plus structure security, because it's something to do with the tractor beam. You're trying to create the advantage of moving it some distance away. If you get this roll, you were in close range to the planet. You've moved out to medium. So you are adjacent to it, but you're not. Well, no, you're because you're in the. You move from close to. No, I'm right. Medium. If you throw it away where you are, it will just kind of drift into the medium and explode where you are. And that's making the check. That's protecting the ship from being blasted by it, and the planet technically. If you wanted to move it further to long or extreme range, it's 1 momentum for each additional range band you want to move it, or extreme 1, extreme 2, extreme 3. Although once you hit the extreme, it's not in the system anymore.
Throw this nuke out of the system. We might not be able to get out of the system, but it can.
Yeah. I'm gonna spend a moment.
To make the roll, you mean?
Yeah, for Tachibana to do the roll. Because that gives me a reroll.
Then we can always spend stuff to throw it further.
What?
You make it.
Do we just want to spend one to throw it to long range?
Yeah. That was stupid.
We are not rolling well tonight, but it's been dramatically interesting.
Like, story-wise, it's been fantastic.
Yeah.
You find out what it was, because once it goes to the long range, it detonates and produces a rather powerful nuclear explosion.
Uh-huh.
Hey, Myth, they tried to fire a fucking nuke at us.
Yeah. We don't know that, though.
Radio transmission from the surface, Captain.
Audio or visual?
Oh, that's audiovisual. That's surprising.
Okay, on screen.
You're like using an emulator, essentially.
An emulator.
Where's our radio emulator?
On screen appears a humanoid. I was going to use... I can't use the Federation symbol because I'm not Federation. I'll put this up. Boop. And I'll change color, just so I know. You see a grainy image on screen. It doesn't have the Tridio effect that video screens have. It is a 2D representation of somebody transmitting to you. So the view screen accounts for it, but it looks kind of weird. You're used to Tridio hailing, subspace hailing frequencies because of the cameras and such. Standing behind standing in a all black suit is a humanoid with what looks to be some sort of logo over their left breast. Pardon me. One moment. Sorry about that. I am Seth Weyer. Unidentified alien ship, please identify why you're interfering with our planetary affairs.
This is Fleet Captain Harmon Grennan of the United Federation of Planets, currently in command of the USS Peltast. We did not wish to have to interfere with your weapon systems. However, we currently have people on the planet's surface whom your weapons would have killed.
Why did you not inform AAH heavy security of your military operations over our planet, or on our planet for that matter?
We weren't aware of, we were not knowledgeable of the state of your planetary communication systems due to the heavy interference.
What are your people doing on our planet? And where are they? Are they actually within the facility?
The captain doesn't know that, so he doesn't know that they are. So he'll just say they
Uh,
would be with it. They would be. They haven't reported into him yet.
I will throw two thread at you. During the reports, Ops has updated you on what the OA team's been doing.
Okay.
They've kind of
In
been
that
keeping tabs on them in case they need an emergency beam down or send down that ship.
As far as I know, they would have been within the blast radius of a nuclear bomb.
Of a company asset that is imperiling the planet and the nearby space lanes. I would think that we were doing you a favor. The fact that your people are imperiling themselves against corporate directives is your fault, not mine. Also, I would constitute this as trespassing since you didn't deign to inform us of your intention of your invasion of our private property.
Well, we'll be on our way shortly, and once we are, you are welcome to continue with your affairs as you wish.
I'm afraid that's not good enough, Fleet Captain. Your persons are inside a highly classified facility with trade secrets within it. Any and all data that they encounter there is private property. So unless you're willing to sign a non-disclosure agreement with with the Planetary Corporate Authority, you will have to cease and desist all further trespass at pain of litigation. And if litigation is not enough of a threat, nuclear armaments are still enough to punch a hole in your fancy starships.
I believe I'd be willing to look at any non-disclosure agreement that you may be willing to have.
I'll have my people radio up a contract, although we are willing to, and we're willing to take a digital signature of your biometrics as per standard Federation dictates. Although we'll have to be over radio laser transmission. Subspace frequencies are being interfered with due to ambient environmental hazards. The ops person just kind of looks at the screen like, is this guy serious?
Very good. In which case, I think there will be no further issues going forward. In fact, it's entirely possible that my that my people will solve whatever problem is down there, and then you are more than welcome to retrieve your classified materials undamaged.
As per corporate planetary authority dictates, I will inform you that, in short, what we demand is that should your people continue to imperil themselves, and if they are able to discern what is causing the issues at hand, they are not to disseminate that information beyond Starfleet security records. It should not be public knowledge, not on planet nor elsewhere in the Federation. Any data and technology found within the facility cannot be removed from such a facility or destroyed by your Starfleet, nor removed from the area. And any sensor records of them that are not of immediate Federation security threat are to be destroyed. If we find out at any point that you are stealing private trade secrets or try to purloin or force your Federation values upon us, we will take it to the appropriate authorities.
Yes, far be it from us to violate our prime directive.
I await your signing. If I do not get a digital signature back within the hour, we will demand you remove your persons on pain of security deterrence.
Can Brennan get a read on this guy?
Insight command, difficulty 1. He's not trying too hard to hide what he is.
Yeah.
He's trying to impose on you. And you're doing the thing he wants you to do, so. So far, anyway.
Insight. The guy is being intimidating.
Yeah.
Law focus?
Yeah, I'll take it.
Yeah, because he was going on to me about, like, stuff.
So you get one momentum.
Yes, and I also get a free question.
Yep. So the general information just for succeeding is that he is trying to be intimidating. He is being very careful about his wording. To stay within the bounds of likely some sort of contract he's bound to, and his agreement, and he's leaning very heavy onto legal grounds that the Federation would have with a protectorate. If you were Klingons, their protectorate status would mean you could do whatever the hell you want, and they can just stuff it. But as a Federation and non-Federation protectorate, it's like, if you tell us to go away, we're legally obligated to go away, and they know that. But if you're offering help, and he seems to be accepting it, he seems to be okay with that within very certain parameters.
Mm-hmm.
He's trying to intimidate you to some degree. He doesn't seem to find your ship threatening, oddly.
Interesting. Okay. For my question, does he? Because he mentioned classified materials and how we shouldn't, we might find classified materials and we need to sign an NDA in order to not talk about those classified materials. Does he seem at all afraid that we might find out something that he doesn't like, that they don't want us to find?
Yes.
Yeah.
But he's taking comfort with the NDA. Like, that NDA is the shield to that problem.
Okay. Well, I bought you guys an hour.
Yeah, but we don't know that.
Yeah, we have no idea what's going on.
Yep. So, what do you say anything else to him before closing comms for the time being?
No, that answered all my questions. Basically, I have an hour, and then I have to sign that NDA and pull you guys out.
Should we? Actually, Buck says it. Captain, should we inform the away team of the NDA?
Well, I haven't signed it yet, have I?
That's true, sir. So just continue observing the away team for the time being, sir?
As it stands, if I have to sign the NDA, that's the moment I'm going to radio down to them and tell them to pull out.
Love being kept in the dark.
Aye, sir.
Actually, that sounds like a really bad idea.
Yeah.
I wouldn't presume to say, sir. Says Bucks.
No, that was me saying it out of character.
Oh, okay. Oh.
Like, that was me, like, leaning back and saying, wait a minute. I think at least Penn should be kept appraised of the situation. Can you raise him?
Ops looks over. I can try, although I do have an idea. The subspace interference is still the same problem. It's just as hard to talk to someone on the ground that it is out to Kismet. But I could steal the idea they have. We could use a laser radio transmission to the area and bombard them in a very confined area. It's a bit finickier, but we can encrypt it in such a way that we can aim it in such a way that no one can overhear us, but they and anyone else in the settlement will hear us. But from the scans, the only living people there are us, so.
Well, what about tapping into the larger comms relay on board the shuttlecraft?
We could do that. That would effectively, that would bring the difficulty down. Difficulty was originally 5, brought down to 4 because of calibration. -1 more because you're getting the shuttle to kind of relay through. So it'd be like diff 3 to do a subspace communication, which you don't have to bother encrypting because they can't overhear that. They don't have the tech to do it.
Yeah, I think that's a more efficient use of our technology.
Control engineering plus comms engineering, difficulty 3.
You go, Gerbil.
Thankfully, it's a new scene, so you can get your people. You can get these people to help you.
Myth, do you want Gerbil?
Sure.
Yeah, just trying to imagine that conversation between Grin and the Pen about what's happening in each situation.
Mm-hmm. One for cautious. Focus and tinkering.
Add complication.
Yeah, sure.
As Gerbil is finding an inventive way to get the Peltus to do what the captain wants him to do it. If we just bypass that safety measure, it should be fine.
But it was fine.
Good
Maybe
God.
give the GM a threat. Oh.
Don't worry about it. Friggin' 2 momentum generated.
Nice.
Got it. Audio only, of course.
That'll do. Peltas to Captain Pend.
This is Pend here.
I just had a interesting conversation with the planetary government.
How did that go?
Well, currently, I've managed to buy an hour for you guys to work out what's going on down there. Afterwards, I'm gonna have to sign a non-disclosure agreement and pull you out.
Well, luckily we've narrowed down the location of what's happened. Would you like a description of what's happened down here?
Yeah, I think that's for the best.
It
I
appears
need to know what
Yeah.
Insight command. 2. I will spend a momentum. Do any of my focuses apply?
It has to do with memory.
No. So, no. That's fine. Whoa, wait, what?
You really remembered that. Yeah.
2 ones.
You can correct yourself on this one. You recall that you can once you sign the NDA, you can still poke around and fix their problem. You just can't talk about anything you found there, and you can't take any of it with you or destroy any of it. So your operation windows closes to a much slimmer window, but you still have a mission window to keep manipulating the area. It's just on their terms instead of yours.
Well, I gained 3 momentum.
But it appears that they attempted to use some terraforming device, which has caused the issue. Everyone down here, unfortunately, started to freeze to death, but suffocated instead.
Damn.
So we're on our way to the 17th floor of a heavily armoured and heavily mined, as in explosive mines, building to try and find out what the signal is and to shut it down.
Well, work quickly. After an hour, you are going to have a lot less. You are going to have a lot less freedom in how you can act down there.
Well, if your new friend and their government contacts you again, see if you can use the failed terraforming experiment and the death of 90 people suffocating to death to your advantage. However fun that might be.
Well, I don't know. It seems like what was the number you said?
Well,
96?
I said 90 plus.
90 plus, yeah.
Well, I don't know. To them, it sounds like 9.
We lost the captain.
Again.
I also like how he hasn't told us that they threw a nuke at us.
Yeah, that bit's not important, apparently.
Ah,
Need to know information. Need to know information.
yeah.
Yeah, I think his internet shit on him.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, I wonder what Efrix would be like if she was here for this.
Jesus. What was the
Hmm.
last thing you heard? What was the last thing you heard me say?
Like you don't think
Uh,
that you don't think the 90 plus something?
Oh yes. Well, I think to them, over 90 deaths is within an acceptable error in the margins.
That's all good and well until you have to be on the ground and see 90 plus people's final moment of gasping for air being frozen to death.
You don't have to tell me twice, Pend.
Anyway, we'll continue, but we'll try and get it done before the hour's out so we can have a bit more wiggle room.
Yeah. It's they are very adamant about you getting out of there. We had to prevent that we had to prevent a nuclear missile from being launched on your position.
So they're willing to launch a nuclear missile at a possible terraforming device. Sure, what's the worst that could happen? Fucking idiots.
Speaking of myth, with that in mind, once you find out the functionality of this terraforming device, see if you can determine the see if you can determine the effects that a nuclear explosion would have on it, the residual technology.
Confirmed, Captain. It is only my best conjecture this is a terraforming device. I have not heard it yet, so I do not know for certain.
Well, still, it's something to keep in mind.
Understood, we'll get a move on. Penned out.
And presumably, as soon as they cut the comms, we get that NDA.
Yeah, and basically it's in shorthand. I'll save you the role. Basically, it is what he's alluding to. It's basically don't talk about anything, don't reveal anything.
Mm-hmm.
You can help out the corporation, but you can't talk about what you did. Except for, although under law he does check. The corporation does check, like, oh, except for stuff that is of Federation security, like intelligence gets to know this stuff if it's a possible threat to the Federation. It's like, you're supposed to tell us when you're doing something dangerous. So it's like, I am telling you. Yeah, after the fact, but whatever.
Uh-huh.
Technicalities, I guess. Better you told us at all than trying to keep it secret from us.
Hey, I mean, if we hadn't dropped out of warp here, they wouldn't have.
Yeah.
They would just nuke the place in like a day or so, probably. Alright, Captain. I believe we should find some access stairwell. I don't suppose any elevators will be working after
I very
such
much
an EMP
doubt
event.
it may be possible to maybe hardwire some of our excess battery packs to an elevator of some form, but there's no guarantee that would work.
I believe that lifting devices in this technological era would either use electrical or perhaps pneumatic power. I'm not certain if our power packs would be compatible with such technology.
Then that means running up 17 flights of stairs.
Yes, sir.
Well, let's get on it.
Actually, funny enough, this is a fitness con difficulty 0. But you're trying to get there as fast as possible because you're trying to beat the hour time limit and give yourself as much time to do things here, I guess. I would presume. So if you make the check, you make the check. You know, if you want to get there, you'll get there in a amount of time and just generate momentum. If you just take a nice jog, and you'll get there and be one less interval or set of intervals away from the NDA signing. If you want to get there like super fast, like you're basically bolting up the darn things. Let's see, you're moving from there, extreme to long, long to medium. Well, you get one zone for free anyway, so extreme to long, long to medium, medium to close, close to contact, effectively. So you'd have to spend 3 momentum for each of you. For you and for Pend and Myth, I should say,
Okay.
because detail hasn't been turned on yet. So
So we make the diff 0 roll and then spend momentum.
Yep.
So I'm got a 12.
Got an 11.
GM, would you allow security?
Not yet, no.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not going to put any resources into this. I'm just going to see how many successes I generate for momentum.
Would you allow
I think that's
command?
more.
Considering I'm helping the engineers as well.
Sure, and you're the senior officer present, so it makes sense for you to be commanding everyone else to come with you.
And then I can spend a threat for bold to try and generate even more momentum.
Nice.
Team dynamics.
Yep.
I think I'll be spending pretty much all of that 5 to try and get as much done as possible.
Spend 3 to get yourself up there.
Yep.
And then we're at 5, and then I'll just roll my 2 and then spend 3. Generate 1, so we're at 6, go down to 3, spend 3 for me to get up there too.
Okay. You race up the stairs.
Wait, so we're at 0 now?
No, we're at 3.
We're at 3, okay.
So that's what I was looking for. So you race up the stairs, and you find yourself at a. Basically, it's one of those internal like fire escape type stairwells, if you get what I mean, like inside the tall skyscraper type buildings. And you get to a door. It says, effectively, your translator catches that it says 17th floor, and you see a door in front of you.
Are we able to open it?
No. You hear a clunk as you try to open it.
Do we wish to try and force it open, or do you want me to use a different type of key?
What's a different type of key now? I'm just curious.
It's got a fucking blast to the door.
Ah. Is this a like lock on the door, or is there something blocking it?
Insight engineering or reason engineering for tricorder, difficulty of 1.
generate one.
How dare you?
Right?
It is a steel door that is currently locked.
Knew I should have brought the sonic screwdriver.
See, I think the problem is with a lot of our stuff is to interact with electronics. Or
Yeah, that's why there's specifically a sonic screwdriver.
then, if you want, I can basically give the door a new keyhole.
We have phasers.
Yeah, but mine's more fun.
So you're gonna shoot the door?
I'm going to shoot the lock, basically.
Give me control security difficulty of 1.
I've got the focus of sidearms, so. Do I need? No, I don't need to for this. It's only diff 1. The odds of me completely whiffing on a 17 is. I think I'll just spend to squash. Or what is it? Before I do that, I think I might have a new medal. Ignore a Legion of Honor. To ignore a single complication suffered on a task.
Oh, so you quash it with your medal. Got it.
Yeah, like I said, I've only just got the medal, so I nearly forgot about it.
So, yep, you hit the door, roll damage. If you do at least 3 damage, the lock's gone.
Seems excessive.
Yeah, it's got some
Bang! And the doorknob and the locking mechanism are blown free of the door frame.
See? Keyhole.
I believe simply hole would suffice.
Well, same difference. Shall we?
It's just nods.
The room ahead of you is very dimly lit by the lights of many towers of computers upon computers, mainframes on mainframes. The room itself is incredibly cold. Not dangerous cold, but it is. If you weren't in suits and stuff, this would be pretty darn cold. You'd notice the temperature drop. And there's all little blinking status lights and processing lights going on. And these are fairly packed in. There's maybe a meter and a half between each stack, and then there's just stacks on stacks on stacks. Imagine a library, except it's mainframes. The flooring is black with a slight blue tinge, and you can see the logo of the company. Or sorry, you'd see 3 letters, I should say, just over and over on each of the ALH. Over and over, and you see Data Vault 01, Data Vault 02, Data Vault 03, so on and so on and so on.
Commander, I think this is your speciality. Take us where we need to go.
Yes, sir.
So Myth steps into the room.
Yes.
You step in, and everything just kind of powers down in your suit, and you stop. As your mag boots kind of clunk down for a second, and they freeze in place as your suit just shuts off.
Oh, that's not good.
I will grab the robot.
Do
haul
I
it
shut
back.
off?
No, but you're getting little environment warning lights, but Pen pulls you away, and your suit powers back on again.
Intriguing. A localized electronic disruption field? That doesn't seem in line with the technology on display here, nor does the current activity of the databanks.
You three try and get a
Sir,
scan of what's needed.
Sirs, one of the engineer pipes up. These type of computers aren't possible at this tech level. This is approaching into the eugenic war era back on Earth. Same computing, but with more complex software, quantum computing, and that sort of thing. I've seen these before back at museums on Earth.
Is this something they may have advanced to naturally, or is this definitely something they've received?
If they achieved it all, it'd be state of the art for them. This would be bleeding edge technology to them. It's possible, but it'd be very expensive for them to do it with the rest of the tech they have here.
Well, I think it's best if the three of you try to find us a way into that room so we can find out for certain.
The engineers look at Myth and like, what the heck do we do?
This is not the primary access point to this level, obviously. It's possible that there is a countermeasure that's being activated.
Are you able to identify it?
I didn't pick up anything on my scans as we approached, but now I might have more of an idea of what to look for. Can I try?
What are you looking for? Just want to make sure I give you the right answer here.
Yeah, I'm looking for what caused the suit shutdown.
Oh, inside science or engineering, difficulty 2.
All right. One for cautious. Unified field theory?
Yep.
Get to.
So you remember that energy field from before where it said it was, I tagged it with subtle?
Yeah.
It's far less subtle in this room. And actually, due to getting the role and seeing that these are mainframes, they're basically in a very, not that they know it, but a very dangerous way, they're semi-replicating how you guys on your computers use chronotons to force your computers to move to calculate faster than time passing allows. They're doing that in a similar way at a quantum level, but it's also affecting it. It's affecting the subspace plane, and it's causing subspace disruption. At high enough levels, it could actually cause subspace tearing. Like this one facility isn't enough to do it, but if they built like multiple of it, that's what would happen. It would just be. I mean, they'd have computers that'd be amazingly better than anything that this tech level normally would be able to achieve. Like they'd be up at your level computing, but they tear subspace doing it.
Right.
And actually, these machines seem to be specifically shielded. They have like a sort of shielding similar to what to your computers back on the ship. That's why your ship didn't just drop out of the sky the minute it was hit, because even with shields and it got a little bit of EMP, everything's shielded. Like Starfleet's figured out that EMP's a thing, and they've accounted for it. You can't just ion cannon a Starfleet vessel and be happy.
Yeah.
So this whole thing is the reason. This whole room.
Mm-hmm.
And
Very well.
so supercomputer doesn't quite catch it. Ultracomputer might be a better way to put it.
Mm-hmm.
So, suggestions?
Chief, let's see if we can figure out an access point into this computer system. We'll have to jury-rig something to interface with this technology, I believe.
We need some. We can't. Well, wireless is possible, but if they're being so touchy about this, they probably are making it so it's a wired connection or some sort of direct physical connection. So we need to somehow connect from where we are to one of those things in there to interface with it.
Agreed.
Question, GM.
Mm-hmm.
How big are these servers? Like, filing cabinet, a cupboard?
I'd say about 2 meters tall and 1 meter wide.
If I were to step in, I'm guessing my suit
Half
would...
a meter, sorry. Say again?
If I were to step in, my suit would just turn off, correct?
Yeah, if you step in with your suit, the suit will shut off because it loses it. Its energy will be shut off. Will be interfered with.
And that means no grav. Is it possible, while I'm basically a step into the room, to see any wiring on the nearest consoles?
Even from where you're standing, you can kind of see the wiring from where you are. It's very neatly tucked into it, but you can see it.
Can I basically grab a wire from the back of a server and bring it out of the room? Or float it out of the room?
Wait, why am I saying there's no gravity? There's gravity. It's a planet. Duh. Sorry, I just realized that myself. Yeah, there's gravity. I don't know why I said your grab boot settled in.
I thought it was just the suit was heavy.
Yeah. If one step into the room wouldn't be enough, you'd have to get some distance into the room to get at the wiring to pull it along.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll try and move some wiring or a server closer to the door.
You wouldn't be able to move the servers because they're kind of bolted in place. Moving some of the wiring. The minute you step in, the chute shuts off. And after a small amount of time, your leg, which you have an artificial leg, and that's it?
Yes, just a leg.
The leg would shut off. The rest of your organic self would still be able to move. So I would make that before you even do it. Like, you'd know how hard this would be because you can puzzle it out in your head. Fitness con difficulty 2 to get over to the server to even interact with it.
Would you allow security for this?
I'd have to say no.
Fitness con still isn't too bad. Would you allow former operative? I'm basically trying to hijack highly confidential equipment.
Operating in rather extreme and unusual circumstances. I'll give it a complication.
I'm always going to say yes.
Even if it's a 1? Cool. I just want the complication increase.
Would we be opposed to me spending some momentum?
I
Have to
would.
go for it.
I was thinking maybe 3, because I kind of want to get some wiring for you guys to hard wire into.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about them, and they're both 19s.
Yeah.
Hubris.
You can make it and quash one of the complications.
Yeah, because we gain 1 from that.
Yep.
Mhm.
So you'd be at 3, yeah?
I'm trying to think if I've got any built up milestones. But I don't think I've got one for specifically this.
Yeah, the last time you had a hard time moving around was friggin' Cowkit.
Yeah.
That was a long time ago. That was a whole season ago.
That was more than a season ago.
I
Was
know.
that 2 seasons ago?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is.
Well, it was at the end.
Yeah.
Just to say, GM, how does this sound? We'll squash one. Could we have one of the complications be that Penn's leg doesn't reactivate?
Like,
Doesn't
even when you
reactivate?
leave,
Yeah. I was thinking something like that. It was just gonna stay shut down or something like that.
Yeah, like I've blown the leg out. I'm gonna have to do some repairs on it.
Yep, I'll do it. I'm willing to do that.
But yeah, basically get some cables for these guys to work on, and I'll solve the leg issue afterwards.
So you're eventually move over, your leg gives out, you kind of have to hop along and get over to you kind of grab the edges of the server so you can kind of stay standing a bit. And now you're standing in front of the server, or at least one of the data vaults.
I would like to look for some cabling or something I can bring back to the engineering team.
Actually. Insight Science difficulty 2 to figure out which wire is actually useful to them.
Could I go for
Helping accelerate.
engineering?
Engineering would tell you where in the thing you could plug into. Actually, engineering works both ways. Now that I think about it, it could be science or engineering. You could figure. There's 2 different ways you could approach the problem.
I think I prefer the engineering route for the 3 instead of the 1.
Hop, hop.
Take a threat.
Sure.
Survival, team dynamics, or former operative as a focus. Like team dynamics, because I'm trying to literally pass along the thing that'll help the team.
Actually, I wouldn't take the focus, but I can give you the engineering detail advantage because you can just ask them, "Hey guys, this good? I know you're not over here, but look over here. It's a green wire that looks like this. Is this any good to you?"
Yeah, I'll take it. So just for a diff 1 test then.
Yeah. You find 3 different wires that could be of help. After the engineering detail kind of goes, yeah, that would work. There's a couple where like, no, if we plug that into anything, it will overload whatever we plug into it. That's a power wire.
Is there...
That one is for lighting up cigarettes. What? Never mind. Don't worry about it. But the actual ones that are actually of help. Another one, and there's some wires that if you yanked it out, you might do damage that wouldn't actually give you interface. You'd just be breaking the thing. But one wire, it looks to be a neural interface plug. So a person like Vex would take out her detachable one and plug it in there. A second one seems to be what looks to be a nest of trodes that you would attach to your head, and you would interface with it that way. That's for someone who wants a neural link with the computer but doesn't have like a little jack to put it into. And another one seems to be a USB jack for putting it into a computer, a portable computer system.
I'll look towards the team. And any preferences?
We've got those like Oh, never mind. Not those. Never mind.
I mean, we could modify the one of our tricorders to accept the outdated interface with the USB, but
The
it'd be slow as death.
So we want the head one then, correct?
Well, none of us have They look at Myth. You don't have a way to plug into your brain, do you, Commander?
No.
Okay. So probably the netting then, although the problem is that that's calibrated for their species, most likely. We'd have to hope that it's close enough to us that it doesn't fry our neurons.
So I'll bring back both the USB and that one then, so we can figure something out.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll try and hop back with 2 cables for them to figure out what the fuck they want to do.
As you start hopping back.
Oh no.
As you start moving the wires away, the lights blare red and yellow back and forth like an alarm. You hear sounds roar of an alarm, of a klaxon, and a metal, a glass frame just starts dropping into place in the doorway. It does not look like Pend, despite all his efforts, the thing is dropping fast enough that he can't get to the door in time. He'd either have to throw the wires or he'd have to drop the wires and just move.
I'll throw the wires.
How heavy does this glass thing look?
It looks heavy, but it looks like it's less. It's heavy, but it's going fast. I think it's like this thing's being pneumatically fired into the floor.
Can I try and catch it?
Oh, gods in heaven! I was afraid you were going to do that. You can try. Gods in heaven! All right, let's think this out.
I think
I get to use my funky android like superpower stuff once in a blue moon.
Yeah, like let her have this.
Yeah.
Oh, I am. I'm just trying to think.
Yeah, I'm worried about the torque of this thing.
So you're looking at fitness engineering difficulty 5 to catch it and hold it and like be able to stop its momentum.
Mm-hmm.
Succeed or fail, you're taking damage because this thing is coming down hard. Like if a person would be losing a limb over this, you won't, but theoretically, but you could be badly injured.
Right.
And I'll even go so far as to make it lethal.
God damn it! That significantly decreases my resistance. Damn it.
Yeah, I think I'll just order.
I know that's the point.
I'll order you not to, and I'll throw you the cable.
I mean, won't this thing just smack the cable in half?
Yes.
Yeah. So.
So drop the cable.
Hey, GM.
Yeah.
Because I think the engineering team would be carrying them, but what if we just let the door go down and we use a charge?
That is a thing you could do.
Oh no.
Is that what you're choosing to do?
I mean, I'd rather not have someone's arms fucking torn off, so... Yeah, I'll order him to stand back.
Myth, do you follow the order?
Yes, I follow the order.
The door slams down into place. And the engineering detail just kind of stares in shock, like it's like, what the hell?
I'll just sign to them like, charge, glass, boom.
As you're gesturing, we cut to a new scene.
Oh no.
Turn off the alarm. Ops speaks up. Captain, we're getting a new energy signature from the facility. I think it's a nuclear overreaction. I think there's a bomb about to go off and that's going to take out the whole settlement.
Damn it.
That was real nice of them to tell us about that. Mentions Buck's rather annoyed.
People are nuke crazy.
Nuclear is the future, after all. It says in the ads.
What is this, Fallout?
It's getting there.
Yeah, it's gonna be soon.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. Trying to decide what I can do from here.
Captain, we've lost sensor lock with Captain Pend. He's inside one of the rooms inside the larger building. The rest of the away team we can kind of still see, but the increase in energy is causing it harder. It's making it harder and harder to see them.
Damn it. Speaking as the other NPCs, does anyone have any suggestions? Because I'm at a bit of a loss as to what to do with this.
Maybe try and get a sensor lock on the building energy source and beam it into space.
That's possible.
There's also always the great option of tell the away team what's going on.
That's true. Yes, I will start with that. Raise the away team.
For 2 momentum, you won't have to roll again to contact them.
Yep, done.
Yep. Channel open.
Myth, we're detecting a cascade reaction from up here.
We appear to have activated some sort of defense mechanism. Captain Pend is currently trapped inside of a server room. This appears to be a quantum computing facility of significant complexity.
This is more than a defense mechanism. You've triggered some kind of a meltdown.
A nuclear event, Captain?
Correct.
Do you have Captain Pend's signal?
No.
Ops shakes their
Negative. Negative.
Myth pulls out her phaser and aims at the glass. And starts cutting through it.
Oops, I had that on mute. I forgot that I had the music set. So you aim your phaser at the door. A Pend is aiming a phaser at the door. Although you can hear the conversation from there. Your helmet's not hearing anything, but you can hear the conversation from the room.
Is my pistol active?
Nah, it has 1 shot at most before it burned. No, it would burn. It has 1 shot left in the battery. It won't fire again after that 1 shot, though.
Okay, while Myth is training her phaser at the door, am I able to just quickly hop a little further in to see what else is in there?
What are you looking for?
A central computer or a window I can shoot out?
Let me think. That sounds like it's an insight roll, I know that much. Technically this or this. Not really, more like this. Difficulty of, because you're doing it kind of quickly. And one that's fast enough because you don't want to take the slow way out of the room. Insight con engineering difficulty 4 to find a possible way out.
Yeah, 'cause it's either if you can find a console, I'll try to hijack into the system. If not, window, blow it out, and jump.
Basically, I'll say what you're finding is that this whole system seems to be one interconnected network, so you'd have to blow up everything in the room, which is possible, but you're in the room. You are finding a way to get out of the room if you wanted to. So an access panel, a window, something like that. That one that won't take you more than one shot to get out through. I will say there is one way out, the door that Myth's standing, but you know.
Pend, I'm going to say this now. You are hot. Like literally. You are 17 stories high.
Yeah. I assume as soon as
well, Pend, if you're going through with it, I just have to say, Pend, you are high.
And to give you a full breadth of information, because you guys get to know different checks before you do them, to a degree. For Myth, the fire at the door, hitting the door is not the hard part, because that's just a control security diff 1. You're just hitting the door. The problem is the door's reinforced to a certain degree, so you're gonna have to do more damage than just that little steel door.
I thought it was glass.
It looks like glass, but it's more of a transparent aluminum. Like it's
got it.
Tech they normally don't use except for this one room, and it's not even their tech for that matter. But that makes it. You need to do at least. Sorry, I have to think. You'd have to do at least 5 stress to blow the glass away.
Mm-hmm.
And there is resistance from the thing. It's not terrible. It can't be too high because it's advanced, not friggin' Starfleet. So the resistance wouldn't be 5. That'd be too much. A resist of 3.
Just with clarification, I'm not trying to like blow the glass away. I'm cutting through it at the tops to just kick it down. It's not on hinges or anything.
What I'll do in that case then is I would up the diff to 2, but drop the resistance down to 1 because you're aiming at a particular weak point to force the door out of your way.
All right, I'll try. Control security.
Can the engineering team assist because they would have phases as well?
Not really. They're not trained well enough on them to be of any help.
Yeah. Activating augmented control. And giving 1 threat.
Okay.
Three hits. And a comp.
Do I just spend 2 to squash the comp?
Hold on. We don't have 2. It was diff 2. But I think I have a medal.
Oh, the Legion of Honor?
Yeah. Yes, I have Legion of Honor. I'll quash that.
So you quash it with Legion of Honor, okay?
Mm-hmm. And then, where's my phaser? I'd never use this thing. I have to roll pretty well here. We generated 1 momentum off of that, by the way.
There's-
What now?
That's
Uh,
all right.
Plus your security. Oh no.
Did they?
I think they borked our sheets.
They bork. I'm just trying. I reset the phaser things. I'm gonna try rolling it one more time, and then yeah, it's only 2, so I'm just gonna roll the challenge dice. It's 3 plus my security of 2, so that's 5.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why I was like, I have to roll well here. Spend 1 to re-roll those 2.
Okay. One, 2, 3, 4, 5 minus 1.
Can I give you a threat for an extra damage there?
You certainly can. So you draw your phaser, and in one smooth motion, you start cutting the top, and then it melts off, and you can now just push it over, and it would fall over.
Yeah. So just phaser up the top of it, and then kick the door down and wave Pend over.
Well, if that's the case, while Myth is cutting the door open, is it possible for me to hack into any of the systems?
You would have to, if you wanted to do it quickly, just give you an idea of intervals. You have 6 intervals left currently, which means basically 3 task rolls worth of actions. Minor actions take 1 interval instead of 2. So you'd have to take off your helmet and attach the net onto your head to interface with it, because you don't have a jack, and the USB thing takes time to reconfigure your tricorder. You'd have to spend a task roll to reconfigure the tricorder, and then plug it in, and then spend a minor to plug it in, and then another task to do something.
But this way, I could just take one deep breath and put it on my head.
Yeah, minor, take it off. Basically, turnables. 1 to get your suit off, your helmet off. Another to plug yourself to lock yourself in, and then another 2 to interface with the computer.
Yeah, sure, why not?
So as you're facing the door open, Penn takes his helmet off and starts putting the net on his head.
Yes, I'm putting the dunce's cap on.
And Penn, as you put the helmet on, give me fitness plus science difficulty of 1. 1. As you feel very distinct tingling in your brain.
Former operative survival. I don't know. I'm stretching.
I have to say no. Yeah,
Take a threat.
sure. For a brief second, you taste the color purple and you see the number 23, but 26, sorry. But other than that, you're interacting with the computer network.
I would like the shutdown code for the reactor. I'm basically I want to hack in and shut down the reactor blowing up.
Right. Okay, so here is the I'll alert you guys to the problem.
Is it once
Penn
you
has-
start it, it doesn't stop?
Well, he has 2 shots at this. If he doesn't get it on the second shot, this thing goes, and that is a nuclear explosion inside a building, inside a domed containment. Anyone in that dome is in peril of dying.
Well, let's hear
Yeah.
the roll first.
Tell us the roll first.
Yep. Just wanted to let you know, give the big flashing warning light of lethality.
Oh yeah.
So you're messing with the thing, so you're doing this plus... there's two different ways to do that. That plus that. Plus that.
Can I use security?
Because that's what we use for hacking usually.
Yeah, I'll science security. I'm thinking control daring plus science security. There's different ways you can do it.
Control security.
Difficulty. You're just trying to shut down. What are you trying to do before I tell you the difficulty?
First things first, I'm trying to stop stop the nuclear explosion that's about to go off underneath my pants.
Seems like good priorities.
Oh no.
Opposed.
I'm gonna roll 6 challenge dice.
Okay.
You get 5.
That's unfortunate.
Former operative for hacking into classified information.
Yep. 3 threat. Corporate security. Corporate secrets are life.
I've got to reroll.
1 die. 2 dice.
I mean, 6 is a solid number.
Yeah.
And I don't think they met you.
I think they might have beat you.
I don't know.
Is that right? Hold on. Yeah.
Oh no.
Hang on. I'm thinking of milestones. 1 second.
Are you gonna do rerolls?
Possibly.
Oh boy.
I think I have one. I just cannot for the life of me remember.
Actually,
Because they've been a bit more spread out recently, more than just shooting people.
well, here's the thing though. I know that it's risky, but you might have a better shot at beating them the second time.
The problem is the second time, either you're escaping or you're hoping you get it, because whoever's still down there is a dead man.
Yep.
Captain, I'm in communication with you.
As in, you can shout across the room. Oh, you mean the other captain? Sorry.
Yeah.
You want me to give determination?
I can be loud and relay your determination to Pend.
Or you just shout it via the comm badge and I'll hear it.
Yeah, exactly.
What are you gonna shout, Captain? As you can hear, you can hear the engineering team go, "He's not gonna make it. He's running out of time. We need to go. We need to go."
Yeah.
Pend, you've cracked harder systems than this. I've seen you come out of even dicier situations than this.
Heh, dice.
Dumb. That was dumb.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but you gave determination through that, because that is a form of communication that Pend is able to hear. So,
And I'll spend it.
you have plenty of values for this. Don't worry about it.
Yeah,
And just like re-roll everything but the 2.
that's what I'm thinking.
I feel like you re-roll everything but the 2 and then try and re-roll again if that doesn't work.
Yeah. Go for it.
Oh,
Oh no.
Oh, I made it worse.
Well, spend another determination.
yeah, I'm gonna have to.
How though?
Milestone.
I don't know of a milestone he's done this season that involves computers.
Well, I've just done it now.
That doesn't kick in until the end of the episode.
I know.
You'd have to challenge. What the hell would you challenge?
Yeah.
I've been through worse because this is now the worst.
Because you need to flip it some way, though. I'm trying to think of something that would he'd be able to flip that would make sense here.
Do you still have
Because the value has to be the reason he's failing. This is the reason why he's being held back, and he has to overcome that value to get determination.
Sometimes I need to play the right notes. I'm clearly not doing the right thing right now.
Yep. You can cross that out and get a determination point.
Yeah, I'll change that at the end of the session.
Yeah.
I'm
You don't have to change that until the session ends. So.
I'm gonna reroll 4 again.
Oh my god.
No.
That's not enough.
You need to re-roll that 0 and get a hit.
Honestly, I take it and then hope you get it the next.
If he fails again, though, we all blow up.
I know, but I can't think of anything else he can do. Wait, would Myth be able to help? Walking him through the computer sequence?
I don't know.
The problem is that Myth isn't interfacing with the computer at all. So Myth doesn't see any of the interfaces. Penn's kind of seeing this in his brain. He's kind of Johnny Mnemonicing up and seeing like abstract visions of computers, and he's like, "What are you looking at? A triangle. I think it has something to do with it has something to do with security." Like, what? Like, unless I'm connected with you, this makes no sense to me. There's this shark and it's trying to eat me. What?
That's an ice protocol?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of stuff.
Do you have any metals that could help?
Yeah, I'm looking.
How would you like a stretch beyond belief?
I'm unfamiliar with that.
Here's the stretch beyond belief. You'll enjoy this. I would like to use the Palm Leaf of Woohoo Peace mission.
I have to say no.
I mean, I'm trying to prevent violence.
I know.
Penn, do you have any traits that you could
Oh,
leverage to lower the difficulty?
I have a lot of traits.
none of them really help you here. However, I'm trying to think. There's one other way you can challenge, and that's by challenging directives. I'm trying to think of what Starfleet directive or Federation directive you could challenge here.
Prime.
Well, no, because they're protectorate, and you're there on you have a legal reason to be there. Oh wait, no, no, I see what you're saying, Captain. Sorry. So you could challenge, and basically the attempt being that instead of letting the energy overload and detonate the reactor, you could reroute that energy into the servers, which would which would slag them. It would destroy their property, and that's a thing you're not supposed to do, but that keeps the building from blowing up. Assuming you succeed at this roll. If you don't, then you try to do that and it doesn't work. That is a negative strike against you in reputation because, well, you're blowing up someone's private property.
Pend, I think you might have to do that.
I'm gonna unplug.
You're unplugging out?
Yeah, I'm unplugging out. I failed.
Okay.
I'm gonna get out the room and call for immediate evac.
cut over to the Peltist.
I mean, I tried putting everything into it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So basically, to beam them up, it's control engineering difficulty. Durable's the one who can do it. It would take too long for her to get down to, so she'll have to do it from the engineering post. So diff that. They're not on a pad. I presume you're putting them to a pad.
We're in a new scene. I am ordering her.
Who said it's a new scene?
Well, we paid for it since
Since-
the new scene.
Oh, since
No.
last rolled. That's right. Yeah, that's right. Never mind. You're right. Your direct would have refreshed by now.
Yeah. And actually, it wouldn't matter anyway. I have crisis management.
Oh,
I get.
there you go then.
I get two.
You should be directing way more than you do.
Yeah.
And I have this much threat left, so
Of course you do.
control engineering, diff 5, assisted by sensors engineering.
Let me look at what Gerbil's got. She's probably gonna need to spend.
Not
some-
much. Not much.
No, I'm looking at Gerbil now.
God, I wanted to get that.
Yeah, that would have been cool.
Yeah. We just didn't have. Unfortunately, Myth wasn't in there.
I
And time
couldn't.
with a
I
few-
would have shut off.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Huh. Weird to put the engineering task behind the thing that shuts off the engineering character.
There's ways. But don't worry about it. For
Anything.
now, you're trying not to get your team killed, so
Yep.
no pressure.
I'm just trying to think of what we can give her to help. Oh, one thing I can do. I'm going to proc my Christopher Pike Medal of Valor.
Yeah.
So my assist roll is automatically a crit.
I think what you do is determination spend and then spend
Well, she doesn't have a. I don't. Think
She has cautious engineering, spend 2 momentum plus determination plus yours.
Oh well, I suppose you could determination spend on like mission objective, that being keep the crew alive.
Or the value when you're in a tight spot, just wiggle. We're in a tight spot.
Yeah.
this is the definition of a tight spot.
Her standing value applies.
Okay, so and then spend 2 momentum.
And probably some threat.
No, we
'cause-
won't need to because we're getting 4 before the roll.
Yeah. Because I've already given her 2 successes. Her determination spend is giving her 2 successes. And she's rolling 3 dice plus the ship. So
With a reroll.
she just has to get 1 success.
So, who wishes to roll about who's going to kill us?
I'll roll for the ship.
I'll roll Gerbil then.
They and the team are beamed away. And the explosion obliterates everything inside the dome. And with one last pulse into space, new scene, Vux has to perform a control con roll difficulty of 5 as a pulse of energy erupts away from the destruction of the facility, which could threaten to badly affect the ship.
Does she have any values?
Wow, that's judgy.
Of course, everyone has values. Come on.
Yeah. I can outthink every problem.
Oh, she's already spent.
Oh, she hasn't she? I remember now.
So did you say it was control con?
Control con, yeah. Plus NG con, of course.
Well, don't you still have crisis management? So you can still direct, just not give it a crit.
Yeah.
Then
Hold her steady.
helm operation. Maybe spend 2 and give 1.
Yeah.
And gave 1.
Yeah.
I'll up the comp by 1.
Of course you will.
Reroll. That's 5. We'll just need to ship. I've got it. There you go.
I gotta refresh. I froze up.
Yeah,
So did I there. Yeah, there we go.
So that's 8 successes.
Yep, we gained 3 momentum out of that roll.
On the plus side, with the detonation of the final detonation of that facility, the field is no longer being emitted, and you're able to maintain a stable orbit. However, in their infinite wisdom, you notice that various other domes across the planet are now suffering similar problems due to the rather powerful energy pulse that didn't affect just them, but it also seemed to affect various other facilities. You notice, however, that the pulse has only taken out. One would think it would take out all of them to a degree because of the intense pulse and how hard it hit you. It only takes out certain domes. Other ones seem to be shielded in some way and are unaffected by the blast.
Oh, son of a bitch.
I mean, the problem is we have to be somewhere, but after we deal with that issue, we can always come back and pay him a visit.
Yeah, but it's like the people are in those domes that got hit are dying.
Which we can't solve because we've got a ship that holds 50 people.
Right,
Yeah.
but with the subspace interference down, we can call in the Kismet,
Yeah.
which can help.
Oh god. One lives in the balance. Okay.
I'd say call in the Kismet, 'cause Kismet can evacuate 71 people.
Yes. Agreed. Raise a channel to the Kismet.
Channel open.
This is Fleet Captain Grennan to the USS Kismet.
Kismet here. Go ahead.
We need you here now. Proceed at maximum warp.
Aye, sir. On our way. At this point, Myth and Pend are able to come up to the bridge.
Well, one of us hopping.
And he, or, well, they're probably assisting you.
Yeah, I'm helping Pend up to the bridge.
And, Brennan's still looking at the screen with the Kismet on the other end. The events here at the planet have caused a failure in a number of the planetary domes. 71 lives are currently currently at stake. We need to organize an evacuation.
Well, if the Kismet gets here, they'll help, but we don't have the room to take 71 people.
We're being contacted from the surface again. It's where?
On screen.
the right one? Okay, sorry. Federation vessel. Your efforts to contain the situation have failed. At present, we no longer require your services and ask you to leave our planet so we may attend to our planetary issues ourselves.
I'm
The
sorry.
room looks shocked. Like, everyone in the room's staring at him like he has 3 heads. Like, what?
I'm sorry, but do you not see the readings from the domes in quadrants 3 and 19?
In the event of a planetary environmental event, it falls into the jurisdiction of planetary environmental security measures, and they are the ones who are contracted to attend to the matter, so they are the ones who will attend. Any attempt to intervene will be seen as an attempt to thieve from one of our corporations as part of the larger planetary corporation.
Oh, don't you give me that! Brennan stands up like he has clearly had it. These are people that are dying, Mr. Ware.
They are employees of the corporation.
But they're
We have
people
certain security
first.
plans and
But they are
procedures.
people first and foremost.
Starfleet vessel, I'm required to enact any security measures to protect the profitability of any companies here on the planet. If you
don't-
attempt to intervene, we will stop you.
Don't give me the line about what you're required to do.
Sir, they we can tell, we can get radar pings. They're trying to lock onto us.
So be it.
Move or I will make you move, Federation.
Was that facility legal?
Insight, con, or command. Difficulty of 2.
Could I assist?
Sure.
And actually, is that a role I could make?
I
One
think
can be
you
the
were-
main and the others can assist. That's, you'll kind of have that moment of, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll assist on that one because I don't have anything.
Uh,
for it.
Law focused.
Yeah.
former operative, because I know if something is exactly legal or not.
Yep.
Spending a momentum just for the reroll. You said reason command?
Yep.
Insight.
Insight,
I thought-
yeah.
Oof, rerolling that.
What was that, diff 2,
Yeah.
did you say?
Yep. Diff 2. So, of all the things that place is, the only bit that's illegal, it isn't it blowing itself up. It isn't the security systems or even advanced tech that they have. The reason that the only thing that makes it illegal, and they may not know this, but Starfleet officers would recognize this as you think about it. If you're going to do anything that messes with subspace, you're supposed to tell, of all people, not security, not Starfleet science, Starfleet Navigational Authority. You're supposed to let them know there's a navigation hazard in your region so you can fly around them. They failed to register a navigation hazard, so it is technically an illegal facility that is a interstellar hazard.
Yeah. There you go, Captain.
Hang on a moment. Brendan clears his throat.
Oh,
Brendan clears
before-
his throat and he says,
What do I
What?
do with
Yes.
the bonus momentum?
"Oh, how much do we have?"
1, but we have a full pool plus 1.
Okay, so spend it and one more to maybe create some kind of an advantage that, like, it's a particularly nasty regulation that Starfleet takes very seriously, especially in the wake of all that shit with warp damaging subspace.
Yeah, like a very like they broke a very particular sub clause. That's like, you guys didn't just kind of break. You broke a very serious thing, and yeah.
Yeah. Brendan stands forward. He says, "Well, I was hoping I wouldn't have to do this because, to be honest, your people need help. But you leave me no choice. Navigational Safety Treaty Clause, subsection 3, paragraph 42.
Emotions off screen. He leans his head over to someone talk. You can kind of hear whispers of someone explaining to him what that regulation is. He stands upright. Very well, Starfleet. You may attend to the aftermath of the navigational hazard. We'll be sure to send the appropriate, well, reparations for the infraction.
Damn right you will. Cut the comms. And Brennan just sits back in the chair. Bureaucrat.
Ops reports. Oh, go ahead.
That's
Penn.
fine.
Ops reports that the Kismet is en route ETA 15 minutes.
Okay. We need to see what we can do to stabilize the situation on the planet's surface from here. We need to buy them 15 minutes.
And as you begin organizing the efforts, any last words as the Peltis begins to help save the remaining people?
Captain.
Yes, Penn?
I'm afraid we're gonna have to keep a closer eye on this planet.
Agreed. Is there something that you haven't told me yet? What happened down there?
From what we saw in that server room, they're getting help from somebody. And it wasn't exactly advancing at their own pace.
The server room itself may have been within their potential technological capabilities, if only barely. However, some of the defenses in place are decidedly not.
Brennan puts a hand to his chin, and he walks over to like that, military ops table and just sort of motions for Pend and Myth to join him. Like around the table. Were you able to get any of this on your tricorders? We need evidence.
Yes, sir.
Good, because currently the only evidence that that place existed is, well, now an irradiated pile of ash.
It may be a situation after we pick up the crew from the Yandy to maybe integrate them here.
Due to the particularities of the culture here, forming any sort of infiltration team would be incredibly difficult due to the low population densities of these habitats, Captain.
Right. Either way, it's something we've got to work out. I don't want to have to interfere in a uh, in a pre-warp civilization's development. But if they're receiving outside interference, and that interference led to this?
1 second, Captain. And I'll hobble over to the Science and Vox. Scan for any photon, quantum, or phaser technologies on the planet. They seemed awfully confident about dealing with a starship.
Myth?
Oh, I thought Vex was doing this.
Oh, was it Vox?
Or the crew support of Ops. Crew
I mean-
support, the NPC crew,
No,
Star crew.
just get Vox to do it.
Yeah, Vox can do it.
Can she, though? Can she?
Well, not with a focus, but she's rolling a 15. Spend 1.
Yeah.
Ah, God's in heaven. No, stop, computer. Ow. Something auto-played when I clicked away.
Oof.
And that's 2 momentum. Now the ship. And we've got a float, which means we can ask a free question.
Mhm.
Uh,
Like, because let's be honest, earlier on we weren't specifically looking for extra technology elsewhere.
Yeah, I mean, we only scanned one place on the planet beforehand.
Mm-hmm. Oh no. Oh, that's not good.
Is it?
Sensors indicate it's very well hidden, but their sensor baffling isn't that good. They seem to have photonic torpedoes. Or they did, anyway. They had them primed before they pulled back and hid them. I don't see them anymore, but I saw them when they were locking onto us earlier.
Are we able to spend a float and maybe 1 or 2 more to get a frequency when they activated? Like, we have an idea of who these may have come from?
For one, that's obtain information.
Sure.
Yeah. Yeah, like what kind? Horse.
So it seems they're getting backing from at least Klingon torpedoes.
Really old ones. If they're going to give them any, why not give them a proper photon or quantum?
Well, these are
No.
easier to hide.
And
True.
it's close enough to their natural tech level that you could make the argument that they developed it on their own. The Klingons used to pull tricks like this back in the 23rd century.
While the weapons being of a Klingon signature could indicate Klingon involvement, it could also be involvement from the forces nearby who, according to most recent reports, were attempting to stage some sort of sector secession.
Are we able to get any logs on recent travel in the area?
one way or the other. Brennan looks at the screen and down at the icy planet below. There are some snakes on the tundra.
As you continue your investigations, it is for certain that something far worse is here than simple corporate espionage and secrecy. And that will be the end of the episode.